Welcome in fantasy football family. We thank you for joining us today to celebrate the life of James the Brain Koutoulas. It's been a tough year in so many ways, and we have had one another to lean on to get through it. This week more than ever, we have needed it the most. I've seen such great things over the years from all of you in this community, but perhaps the banding together this week is the greatest. I want to bring in my counterpart, Salvatore Stefanali. Sal reached out to me and said, hey, like you had another one of these marathons in you. Let's do a mini marathon for James. James, a guy who I look back through my DMs at my communication with James, and my very first communication with him was 2018 when I decided to do the SFB Podathon. He was one of the first people to reach out and say, hey, we want to come on. We want to be a part of this. John, I'll get you in touch with John. And he wanted to give back to the community. He wanted to give back to society. He was a giver, and I'm glad we could put this together today to give back to him. So, Sal, thank you for coming to me with the idea, and thanks for being here today.
Man, no, thanks for helping me set it up. You're the StreamYard guy, so I knew you could do it. That sounds like something James would have done, right? Be one of the first people to reach out to you. He hears you're doing this thing to help raise money for charity, and he wanted to just be involved somehow. I know my interactions with James was limited over the years, but whenever I did have a chance to talk to him or just have like a simple chat, even if it was just in the Twitter DMs, he was always a kind and respectful person. And just knowing that he was the type of person always wanted to find a way to give back, I hope that in part we can honor his memory by finding a way to give back to him and his family with this fundraiser.
Yeah, we're going to do a couple of things today. We're going to bring in some of his closest friends in the fantasy community, guys who knew him the best in just a second. But I'd like to remind everybody some ways that you can help his family. So Russ, Dynasty Outhouse has put together these T-shirts that I'm going to have on screen right now. And you could go to ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. And that will be rolling across the bottom of the screen in the ticker. And you could get these shirts today. 100% of all proceeds will go to James's family. And also, we got an amazing outpouring from the fantasy industry and community of donated gifts. We shouldn't have to entice you to donate to James's family. But if you donate a minimum of $5, send a screenshot to myself or to Sal Pal too. We'll put you in a run-in to get one of these awesome gifts. That's pretty much it. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in John Hogue. John, welcome to the show. You put out that tweet about a week ago, and I was scrolling through my timeline, and I could not tell you how taken back I was. I didn't know James like you did. I knew him from our interactions mostly on the Podathon, and tweets just a good dude, and I thought it would be no more appropriate than have you at the top of the show to talk about James.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate you guys putting this together. I also like the idea of consolidating all our Sals into one place. That's a cool idea. Awesome. Get to show off our collection. But yeah, it's been a tough week, but like you said, Sal, Lado, this is gonna be tough. Like you said, I mean, just the amount of the outpouring of support and generosity from this community really kind of it really helped make it made it feel for me especially like I don't have to go through this alone. That's one of the many things about this community is they rally around not only those who are directly affected, but those who are indirectly affected as well. The ability to lean on this community has meant so much to me and has honestly helped me through this. So I'm just so appreciative to everybody who's already given, who's reached out, who sent condolences, to his family through me. And then, to you guys for setting this up. It's all just so overwhelming. And it just really kind of helps bring a sense of community and a sense of peace.
Yeah, I mean those are very heartfelt words, John. And I'm used to having you on at some god awful hour on the podathon, right? And we're laughing, having a good time. And I'm going to bring in another guy who's joined us on that podathon the last couple of years, and also was very close with James as well, and that's Stompy. And Stompy very often, and I notice from my own personality, the loudest, most fun-loving guys, we get hit the hardest, Mm-hmm. And just so you guys know, if you can't see it, I'm going to be welling up, and I'm going to have tears in my eyes all day, and that's what we all need to be here for. It's not embarrassing to do that. And I saw the tweet you put out about, being upset about the break that you took, and that was a break that you needed, and you shouldn't feel bad about that. I know you would want more time with James, and you're upset that you didn't get maybe this last month with him as well. But man, I know you were important in his life, and him to you. So, take it away and tell people, your take on James.
So he should be nominated for sainthood because he dealt with two very strong personalities week in, week out, yelling most of the time at each other. So, James, you are now a saint among the fantasy football community for dealing with John and I with aplomb. But yeah, I mean, this is hard for me because I believe the Superflex Super Show and hosts were the first some of the first people I really interacted with and became friends with. And James was always fun, always extremely intelligent, always kind, always patient. Like I said, with John and I at times, and Travis and John as well. So, John, I think the problem here is John, not anybody else. That
clearly.
But anyway, so yeah, I mean, and when Travis and James and John decided to part ways, James was more than open to me coming on and co-hosting, and I will forever thank him for that because it brought me closer to to John and James. And then I became more part of what I now consider my core group in the community, core group of friends in the community. And I can't thank him enough for being open and to the idea of me joining Superflex Super Show. But yeah, he was kind of the yin to mine and John's yang, and he played the role really well. And he was a great analyst and a fun analyst, and he's going to be missed by a lot of people.
Yeah, we won't judge him for the Cleveland Browns, but like he loved it. He loved his football, and I didn't even know how big of a wrestling fan he was. So Sal brought it up to me today, and that's why at the top we did the 10-bell salute, which, if you don't know, is the way that they honor a fallen wrestler. And but Sal brought so many of these great ideas came from, as we've referred to him as the other Sal. I'm technically really the other Sal because nobody's bigger, and there's no bigger Sal than Stefanali in this business. But he's, it took James to bring Sal and I together to do this stream, but we've known each other behind the scenes for a few years, and he's come on the podathon also. That's my way that I interact that seemingly most with everybody. But I've always wanted to do a podcast with Stefanali. So James, I thank James for bringing us together today. Maybe this builds something going forward. But Sal, tell me a little bit more about why you want to do this. I know you said some stuff off the top of the show, but we have a bigger audience now than we did then.
No, I think it's the one thing I'm sure you guys have noticed with the fantasy football community is everybody wants to help. Everybody wants to give back. And if there's an opportunity to do so and use your platform in a giving way, like, why not take advantage of it, right? At the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of guys on Twitter talking football, talking wrestling, talking about whatever topic it is close to our hearts. Like, that's how we all became friends. Like, I didn't know any of you guys before I joined Twitter. And then here we all are doing a live stream on YouTube or Periscope talking about someone else we met through Twitter, right? I know my interactions with the Superflex Super Show was first just tweeting about a common love of two quarterback and Superflex leagues, right, John? Like that's how we got to know each other.
Yeah.
And from there, you kind of just get to know about these people. Like, John, for some reason, is a Aaron Rodgers fan. Like, we don't hate him for that. We still enjoy having conversations with him.
I hate him for that.
Okay. All right. Well, Stompy's got some hate. I guess I can't speak for Stompy. But then, you find out that James loves wrestling. Like, I'm also a big wrestling fan. And I was telling Sal earlier, like, you go to his timeline and it's his avatar is the Fiend Bray Wyatt, this scary ass looking dude, which has to be probably the furthest personality from James, right? And if he knew that's what ended up happening to his legacy, he'd probably have a great laugh at it, right? It's like, okay, well, that's not me, but but people can think it is. And it's funny because I was only on your guys' podcast one time. And it was when it was James, Travis, and John. And I just remember I was actually listening back to it the other day, and I forgot how soft-spoken James is. He has such like a gentle voice, and you're talking to him, and I sometimes get that too. Like people look at me, it's like, well, that guy is fucking scary. Look at him. I don't want to talk to him. And then I start talking like, I sound like this, guys. And you hear James start talking on the podcast, and you see a picture of him, and you just don't put that voice and that picture together. So I think, going back to your original question, Sal, this is just a way for us to remember John and get together, kind of like, going to a bar and having drinks with your buddies and remembering the good times, right? But at the same time, we can help raise, funds for his family, whether it's to pay for funeral expenses or just cover unexpected costs that come with losing a family member, especially losing a family member unexpectedly, right? Like you have no idea what's about to come when that happens. So I hope that by being able to do this fundraiser, we can honor John and also help his family in the process.
Yeah, you mentioned that about having a beer or whatever. I'm a big UFC guy. I was a wrestling guy growing up. I'm a big UFC guy now in these days, and I'll definitely be watching tonight with some friends and some beers, and I'm going to put one aside. Leave it there for James tonight and think about him. Guys, I brought in Russ Fisher now. Russ is the guy behind the T-shirts that we showed at the top of the show. If you look at the ticker at the bottom, you will see ffpodtshirts.storeenvy.com, and you can go there and you could purchase one of those two T-shirts, and 100% of those proceeds will also go to James's family. Russ, thanks for joining us today, and thanks for putting that together.
Hey, thanks for putting this together. Anything to help anyone in our family. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you say our family, and that's the way it feels. Like, Russ is the one guy on the screen who I've had the fortune of meeting in person. Russ and I have hung out at least 3, maybe 4 times. We have our little New York City, New Jersey crew. We get together in the city, and we went to see the Ballers twice, the FF Ballers twice. The couple of summers where we were allowed to travel and go out and live like normal people. We didn't get to do that this past year, and we'll definitely get back to doing that. But yeah, Russ has become, the family member I've met. But we're all family. Sal touched on it as well. We come to the aid of others. We come to the aid of people we don't know. We come to the aid of people that we kind of know. And I think that's one of the things that's amazing about this community. And, maybe there's other communities like this. I don't know, but this is the community we're in. So, and it grows daily. And if you're out there and you're watching this, we hope we get a decent amount of viewers, and we really want to get as many donations as possible. So also at the bottom of that ticker, you'll see the PayPal link. Just get it out there. Retweet it. Retweet us. Tweet the link to the show. Tweet that link out. Let people know that, hey, if it takes needing to get a gift or to donate, we don't care. We have those. Just please donate. But guys, go ahead, Salvatore.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, another part of the community is when I asked all of these fantasy football sites to donate gifts, subscriptions as prizes, no one said no. Like they immediately came back and said, "Yep, no problem, absolutely. Like we're willing to give back." And that's just like another great part of this community. Like, you see like sites like Number Fire or RotoPass or RotoViz, like, Sean Siegel, Matthew Berry, JJ Zachary's, and Denny Carr, like all of these people instantly wanted to give back and help out. And that's just something we've learned over the years, just how willing people are to give back, whether it's with their time, whether it's a monetary donation. We've seen how big the SFB Podathon has gotten over the years. So it might seem daunting to ask someone for help, but at the end of the day, if they can, they will.
Yeah, and a good way that I never thought of before any of this had happened. Scott Fish, from as long as I've been in this community, has been all about charity and saying, give at least one league buy-in to charity. I mean, this year, don't wait to the end of the season. I Trade Addicts 3, James was in. We donated every ounce of money to James's family. Trade Addicts 8, we're gonna, I'm waiting on one more person to be okay with it, and we're gonna donate all that money also. But I'm not asking anyone to donate everything. I mean, that's just, what we want to do because it's a lot of people that were close with James. But man, that one buy-in, that whatever you thought about donating to Toys for Tots, to Fantasy Cares, I mean, this is, you will see right away that this is helping a specific person. And I think that is just an awesome way to, again, honor a member of our family and just help out, because everyone is always going to be here for everyone.
Yeah, I know. I think sometimes there's like this misconception, like, well, I want to donate, but I don't have $50 to give right now. But you don't need to get $50. Like even $1 is enough. Like
Yep.
$1 here, $1 there, it all adds up over time.
The fantasy football community this year has astounded me because while we're in the midst of a pandemic and people are struggling and there are people without jobs, we set records with donating to Fantasy Cares this year for Scott Fish Bowl. The SFB Abbeys made $4,000 this year and donated it directly to James's family. But people don't necessarily have the money to donate, and yet we are donating entire leagues worth of entries, and people are giving $4,000 away to his family. And it's just like, with as much consternation that exists in this community because of our views on different players, we all come together when it matters. And I think that makes this community very unique and very special.
Yeah, James has 4,246 followers. If everyone gave $1, and that's literally just $1, man, that's $4,246. Just to, man, I guess Sal 1's point, because Salito will always be Sal 2, or if there's another Sal in the room. Yeah, just to build off Sal 1's point, that Matt, it's $1 is anything. Whatever you can. Eat some chips you have in the house instead of going out and buying lunch one day, and just throw $5-10. Anything you can.
Well, that will not be the first or last time I was referred to as number 2 in my life, for sure. To touch on the point that you guys have all made, listen, when I came up with the idea for the SFB Podathon, my reason for wanting to give back even more and doing that was because, listen, I don't have a lot of money. I have a family. I'm raising children. I have bills. I thought give of my time, as well as whatever money I could give, is a great way to still get involved. So even if you don't have money, like Russ was saying, do something with your time. And if you could assist in getting the word out about James and the situation, take that time, tune in here, or just get involved in some way in charity. I know today is specifically about James, but Stompy said what this community has done this year, and that is all by spreading the word, and it spread so much this year. And this community grows every year. I think as people find Twitter, which is where we all found each other, that is really the stronghold that, of fantasy football. If you're not on fantasy football Twitter, are you even playing, right? I mean, so but guys, John, what do you want to say? Maybe you got some great story or a podcasting moment about James that sticks out in your head.
Oh man, I don't. Yeah. So I mean, James is my longest running co-host. I've been podcasting with him longer than anyone, and I've obviously got a lot of them. So, and I've been thinking a lot about it, and trying to think of the perfect way to illustrate, kind of who James was. And so much of it for me was behind the scenes. It wasn't even necessarily on the podcast. I think that people got a good sense of who James was, and his unique abilities as an analyst. That's something I'd love to come back to, but I don't think that people totally understand just how how friendly James was, how funny James was. He was low key absolutely hilarious to me. Like we had some of the best conversations off air, and he was it's been such a tough year. We all know that, and I won't go into my sob stories because I know that people have had it way worse. But I've had some very tough days, and getting up in the morning to go to work and not knowing what my job was going to look like, not knowing what my day was going to look like, and how financially viable it was actually going to be. But to wake up in the morning and see a Voxer message from James, always it energized me. It it gave me motivation to start my day, and then we would just spend the entire day talking, just joking. To be quite honest, sometimes talking shit about certain people around the industry who disrespected Jonathan Taylor. That was a big one with him. Jonathan Taylor and Edge. That was his favorite wrestler. So those guys were off limits. We spent a lot of time talking about that. We talked about life. I got to know him kind of on a very personal level. Got to know some of the stuff that he really, really tried to hide from this community, as far as his own, perceived flaws and stuff like that. And just got to truly understand who he was as a person. And, it's so hard to, with that amount of content, it's so hard to pin down one exact story. But I guess more than anything, I just wanted people to really know that this was a person who far exceeded by a million miles his own self-image, his own self-idea. He has no idea. And I told his mom this actually the other day when I was talking to her, because one thing that I need to throw in here is when I told his mom that we would like to raise some funds to help out, this community would love to be able to relieve some of her and her family's stress and allow them to kind of make the space to grieve rather than worry about how are we going to pay for the funeral, how are we going to pay for the services, everything like that. We would love to be able to do that. It's kind of the least that we can do. And, I think she was expecting probably a couple $100 or something. Within less than 24 hours, this community raised over $10,000. So, and that was just kind of organically, that was before we even really started organizing anything. So, absolutely overwhelming. And I told her that, I just wish that James was here to see this, was here to see exactly how people felt about him, and the way people respected him and cared about him. And she told me that she believes that he's got a front row seat today. So I think that's kind of where I would like to leave it right at the moment, at least. I'll come up with some lighter anecdotes for you as we go. But for the moment, I love for people to know that this right here, this is something that James never would have expected. And to me, that is the most powerful part of all of this, is the fact that James had no idea how loved and how cared about he was.
Yeah, I agree with you. I hope he is sitting in that front row, watching us right now. And John, I don't know if you touched on this yet. And again, amazing words and amazing insight. But to me, it's always interesting how we all find each other in this community and end up podcasting together. I podcasted for the better part of 5 years with Kevin and Steve and the guys that you see me do the podathon with. And we found each other through Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app in 2015. We started a league, and we had never had any thoughts of podcasting or writing or doing any of that stuff. And it all just happened organically. And I don't know if I did hear you say it, John, but how did you guys find each other? How did you decide, hey, this is a guy I want to podcast with?
Honestly, it was mostly coincidental more than anything. So, we were working together at the Dynasty Football Factory. I had started the Super Flexible podcast with Jake Anderson and Addison Hayes. And we really weren't very far into it, about a month and a half, something like that. And they both got, they both were approached with some amazing opportunities to move on to other websites. Jake ended up at DLF. And if he had just been patient, we would have got there together, apparently. But that's all right. He's not a patient guy. And Addison got another opportunity, I believe, with Rasball. He had a couple different offers. He's big time. Always has been. But and I mean, literally within like 12 hours of each other, they were both gone. And here I am with a brand new podcast starting all over, and really just kind of went down the roster of DFF, writers and contributors, and started with Travis. He had a little bit of a shooting star right at the moment. And James was very low key. It was, I talked to a handful of different people about the other position. And James just came across as very knowledgeable to me. Very easy for me to talk to, even just in DM chats. And I really hadn't interacted with him all that much until I went through that interview process. But he just really kind of stood out to me as somebody that I felt like I could have a football conversation with. And honestly, that's all it was. I was so new at this at that point that I never really thought too much about chemistry. I had no idea that I was not only picking a podcast co-host, but that I was picking, a very good friend. But it ended up being one of the best decisions I ever made. And it was it was honestly a little bit fluky.
Yeah, I think that's the way it happens. It becomes fluky, and sometimes it's people, it's the person you least expect. I know when we first started, me being from New York and Kevin being from Boston, we had that, like that behind the scenes, like tension all the time. Like we would always kind of go at each other a little bit. And it was definitely a little bit of, it always seemed like we just didn't like each other, but he's grown to be one of the closest guys to me in the industry. So, Stompy, you talked about how you came to be on the show and how James was so open and willing to allow you in. Is there a moment when podcasting, before, after, during, behind the scenes thing that stands out to you that will stick with you the most about James?
Well, so I'm going to point out I am wearing a Drew Lock jersey.
You'll be the only one wearing that weekend. Not even Drew Lock will be wearing.
I know. I hate it so much. But I just remember the 2019 draft, and Bobby Koch at Wrecked Fantasy was on the live show with us during the NFL draft, and the Giants, he's a Giants fan, they picked Daniel Jones, and Bobby just had a meltdown on the stream, and James was sitting there and he's like, Bobby, I'm telling you, it's not that bad of a pick. And I mean, like, literally everybody was like, this is such an awful pick. And James was like, I'm telling you, he's actually pretty decent. You'll be fine. And sure enough, 2019, he had a good rookie season and kind of blew everybody away except for James. And then day 2, the Broncos picked Drew Lock, and then John had a meltdown on the live stream because he doesn't trust John Elway, and he was like, "Oh, he picked another big-armed quarterback, that stupid son of a." And but James was like, I think he might have graded him out as the top quarterback in the class.
Yeah, is his number one, and
number one. Yeah.
He called both of those picks before they happened. By the way, he said, "Yeah, this is going to be Daniel Jones to the Giants, and then this is going to be Drew Lock to the Broncos." And he did it again this year with Jordan Love, which pissed me off. But like for some reason,
that was another meltdown moment, and I was crying. But anyway, so in 2019, it was fantastic because he's sitting there and he's like, he trusts his evaluation, and I mean, kind of from that point forward, he's one of the handful of guys I'm like, all right, I'm gonna trust James' evaluation because nobody else had those two. And it was just hilarious to see Bobby and John just melt down and James just go, listen, they're going to be good. And sure enough, I mean, 2020 hasn't started out great for either of them, obviously with the Lock injury, and Daniel Jones just hasn't been fantastic. But 2019 was good. I mean, Daniel Jones surprised everybody, and Lock went 4-1 and had some decent stats to put up. So that's just one of my favorite memories, is him being like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I told you that you were going to be fine.
Well, my next question would be to you is, how does one make the decision to purchase a Drew Lock jersey? Like, did you buy that as something to kind of put in John's face on the show? Like, we put the show together on short notice. We lost James about a week ago. You couldn't have just gotten that Drew Lock shirt this week.
Oh no, I bought it.
In earnest.
Yeah, I think I bought it right during the NFL draft when they were selling the draft hats, and I was like, I love Drew Lock, so I'm picking the Drew Lock jersey. Yeah. It was him or Sutton, and I went Drew Lock for some reason. I think it's because John and I love him.
Talk about a stack that won't be playing this weekend. I'm sure to John's dismay. No Drew Lock and no Cortland Sutton, but you mentioned Bobby Koch. That's another one of the guys who gets into that group with Russ and myself. We've hung out with Bobby a few times, and Bobby's an emotional guy. Mm-hmm. Bobby will definitely let things affect him. But Russ can attest to this because he is in the New York area. That Daniel Jones pick was not well received by anybody in New York. Gettleman was just pegged as a fool and an idiot and get him out of here. And so ridiculous. He should have gotten Haskins, and oh my God, Haskins has become the whipping boy of that draft. Really, right? I mean, they will look at such fools for passing on Dwayne Haskins and going Daniel Jones. And listen, they're both in their second years, and they're both struggling a little bit still right now. I'm a guy who likes Daniel Jones, and I think going forward, he's the better of those two quarterbacks. I think Kyler Murray will have a little bit to say on whether or not Drew Lock is the best quarterback to come out of that draft or not. But Russ, give your opinion on that.
Well, I'll give my opinion on James real quick. Well, as if I don't have enough to thank Brian Harfor in the world in general. I mean, I listened to the Superflex Super Show almost as soon as I started listening to Dynasty podcasts. That was one of the first shows I listened to. And, John has John's voice, so you know him right away. And at the time it was Travis, and Travis had the god-awful dad jokes. So who those two were. And then there was just a third voice that was James. And you're just like, okay, you have the host who's the voice, you have the dad joke guy, and then there's the third guy. But then you actually start listening. And James, besides just being brilliant at this game, was low-key freaking hilarious. And while even now you have John and Stompy yelling at each other, it makes James even better, because he was just, them two are yelling at each other, and James would just be like, all right, look, I know, Rogers and Mariota suck, but that's not the point. Jonathan Taylor, like out of nowhere, just threw jabs for absolutely no reason and spoke fast over it. It's like, man, like, are you low key from Jersey or New York? Like, is that what's happening? Because like Wisconsin people shouldn't be doing that. Like, that's not how that works.
You had to do it, and that's I think how he knew how to keep everybody entertained, and that's probably part of the WWE fandom. It's just throwing slight jabs at either one of us and starting to rev us up a little bit.
Yeah, it was great, and I thank Brian because Brian was in with the Superflex Super Show guys, so that's sort of. I rode Brian's coattails into that one. It's becoming friends and podcast mates with these guys a bunch of times. So he's the real reason I got close with James. And to build on what John was saying before, how, like, every once in a while, all of us get a little frustrated. And like I said before, this community is kind of our family. So we put on Twitter that we're just having a bad day. We're in a bad mood. Some shit's going down and we're not having it right now. Every single time, James just right into my DMs. And it was either just, hey, how, you actually doing all right? You doing okay? Or, don't let that get to you. Keep going, man. You're doing great. Every single time. And this even goes back to before, we talked to each other, really. Like, he saw someone was in a bad way and he reached out to make sure that they realize it's going to pass. It'll go over. And if not, he's there for you to bitch to. So just in every aspect, James is a wonderful and amazing person. And yes, it was amazing to watch him just be like, no, dude, Daniel Jones is good. You need to stop freaking out. And then seeing and hearing Bobby throw stuff, which really was the highlight of my night. So,
well, Jonathan Taylor paid his respects to James.
Oh, yeah.
Last weekend, right? It was kind of a nice homage from him. Yeah, Superflex is, if you're not playing Superflex these days, guys, what are you really doing? I mean, if you're not on Twitter, you're not playing Superflex, just stop with your home weeks already. No, we love everybody in the fantasy community, but maybe you guys could shed some light on me. So was James born in Wisconsin, lived in Wisconsin? Was he Wisconsin his whole life?
He was a Chicago guy.
Chicago. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out where the Browns fandom came from. And
yeah, I think that was a second generation thing, if I remember right. His dad raised him as a Browns fan. His dad died way too young as well. When James was a teenager. So, the Browns ended up being a little bit of an heirloom.
Yeah, and as a guy who lives in New York, born in New York, raised in New York, and is a Las Vegas Raiders fan. I was a Raiders fan since they were in Oakland and in LA, back to Oakland and now in Las Vegas. I tried to do that with my son, and he stupidly became a Jets fan, which is worse at this point than actually being a Raiders fan. I mean, I actually tried to make the kid. I'm like, all right, if you're going to root for New York, I'll make you a Giants fan. The Giants actually win Super Bowls. So I took him to Albany one year, and we went to a Giants training camp. He got a ball signed by 30 guys. That year, they won the Super Bowl. This was 2008 Super Bowl. And his cousins, who are all Jet fans, made him a Jet fan. So unfortunately, I didn't pass on that to my son. But it's so sad to hear you say that about his dad. And now, so for the thing about his family having to deal with losing James at a young age, when his mom lost her husband at a young age, boy, that's even more reason to get on board here and just help this family out.
100%. I mean, and James was always the first person to retweet, to donate, to do whatever to help whomever out. And so I think this is only, and I'm again, no, I don't think anybody is like trying to guilt anybody into donating, but it's only fitting that James's family has gotten over $10,000 in 24 hours and hopefully a lot more, because I mean, James was, like I said, the kindest, friendliest person. And this is just, it's very hard for hopefully the entire community.
Yeah, just so you know, Stompy, after doing the SFB Podathon these last few years, I'm not above guilting anybody. Whatever way I got to get you to give money out there to a good cause, I'm going to do it. If I got to put you out there in public and embarrass you, I'm going to do it.
Yep, there you
go. Make sure you give money. But Sal, you got anything you want to add?
Well, it's funny we're talking about all these bad quarterbacks, Drew Lock, Daniel Jones, and I was going back through my interactions with James on Twitter, and the last time we talked, he had sent out a tweet about Taysom Hill. He's like, Taysom Hill is will be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Don't at me. And I said, well, what about ats that agree with you? And he's like, and then he sent me like one of those Ron Swanson, I'm proud of you gifts. Like, it's funny because we can always joke about this stuff. People might think we're serious. Who cares? Like, we want to talk about Taysom Hill because that's what we want to talk about. But he embraced that, and I think it's one of the things that kind of bonded us together was our love of the not so respected quarterbacks in the NFL, which is probably another reason why like me and John get along so well, because he likes Aaron Rodgers. It's just fun because everybody has something they enjoy, right? And especially in fantasy football, everybody has to have takes on a player. But no, here James and I are out there just having takes on players nobody cares about.
So you like oddball, not so good quarterbacks? I had no idea. I've never noticed that.
No. I've never. This is the first time I've ever mentioned that I like Taysom Hill anywhere.
Well, we all know your love for Alex Smith. Listen, we're going to talk a little bit of football today, and we're going to laugh because that's something James would definitely have wanted us to do. We don't have to do all sad stories. We'll talk more. We'll get more back to James, but. Sal, talk about that amazing comeback by Alex Smith. He hasn't gotten on the NFL field yet, but watch the process of him coming back. And if you didn't watch that documentary on ESPN, I highly recommend you go and do it. But did you think there was ever a chance that guy could ever play again and be considered on a roster?
I mean, to keep up my brand personality, yeah, of course. I thought every single day he'd come back. But to be serious, no, I never thought I would see Alex Smith on a football field again, or even like the remote possibility that he could be back, right? Like, did anybody think that he would be in off-season training, like preparing for the possibility of playing, even like being in practice and watching him throw a football to a receiver in like live action? I had absolutely no inclination of that happening again. And it was such a pleasant surprise. Like, you watch that, you mentioned the E60 documentary, and you're watching that and you get to learn like exactly what he went through. Because if you see the injury and then you just left it at that, you're like, okay, that looked brutal, right? That was gruesome. And then you actually watch the documentary, you see him in the hospital getting prepared for surgery. You look at how like black and beat up his legs were, and you're like, this guy like not only will probably never play football again, there's a good possibility. They said they had to cut off his leg at one point, if you remember in the documentary, and you're just like, the perseverance and the determination that is going through him, thinking like, no, I'm going to play football again. You're just like, it just motivates you. Right? It's like, well, if he can do that in that shape, I can get my butt off the couch and go to the gym, right?
Yeah, and we joke sometimes about him being a not so great quarterback. And
hey! This is a celebration of positivity.
I'm about to hit it. With good positivity. It's very easy for us to watch a guy who was drafted number 1 overall and has struggled to say, screw him, this guy made a lot of money, who cares about these guys? But he's one of those guys who he's a real fun story. He did meet so much adversity for a guy that was drafted number 1 overall by his own team, and years of people just not believing in him, and then being part of a team that was heading towards a Super Bowl and being replaced by Colin Kaepernick, and Colin Kaepernick becoming the man there for a few years, and him having to go to Kansas City and then leading that team to the brink of where they were ready to go to Super Bowl and being replaced by Patrick Mahomes. And he could have walked away from the game. He came back. His leg gets snapped. It's very easy to give up, walk away from the game, like you said, and just fade into oblivion with his family and enjoy plenty of money and never having to work again. But the determination of a guy like that really should inspire a lot of people. And I think we should just talk about good stories like that, especially on a day like today.
Does that mean Dwayne Haskins is on his way to a Super Bowl? Because I mean, that's
A year from now,
pattern, right?
a year from now, I would say, once they realize that Antonio Gibson needs to be on the field 95% of the time, not 65% of the time.
Well, we're talking about overcoming adversity, though. Maybe we should talk about Aaron Rodgers. That guy.
Oh my God! Like this is supposed to be fun.
Coincidentally, the same draft, John, right? The guy who that year had to sit there while Alex Smith went number 1, and he just sat there.
Yeah, he had to sit there forever, and then had to finally gets drafted and has to sit behind Brett Favre for how long, and then finally.
I think it worked out well enough, man.
I mean, what he's had good things in his life, Russ. I mean, the Super Bowl.
Olivia Munn
straight to Danica Patrick. Yeah.
Let me tell you what, when he is the quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders next year, I'm going to be pretty excited.
Denver Broncos.
I'm trying to speak it into existence.
By the way, I feel like Sal was throwing a little bit of shade at Joe Theismann for celebrating Alex Smith's comeback and saying, "Oh, he didn't let an injury like that ruin his career."
Joe Theismann.
Joe Theismann shade.
What a wuss Joe Theismann.
If you only knew the rivalry I have with Joe Theismann, that would fill up another 6 hours.
So you're like, I'm picking the other guy, Joe Theismann. Give me the guy that comes back from injuries.
It's like, you see, Joe, it only took 40 years of medical advancement. You could have done this. You could have been the thought leader.
Guys, I want to remind you, to the people we have, probably the most viewers I've seen us have this whole time, that this is an open forum today. If you want to jump on and talk about James or talk about something else, talk about something that you're inspired by that John and Stompy have spoken about here today. My neighbors are driving by on their motorcycle. Say hello in the background. DM me, and I will get you the link to jump on with us. I also want to remind you guys, if you're just joining us, at the bottom of the page is the PayPal link to donate to James's family, the T-shirt site where you could go and you can buy one of these T-shirts here that Russ has put together on his site. 100% of all those proceeds will go to James. I think it would be really neat to see the pictures start to show up of these T-shirts on Twitter and in social media in the next couple of weeks when they do get shipped out. And also, anybody who's going to donate today, $5 or more, has a shot at one of these amazing gifts that were given to us by the fantasy community. And at the bottom, you got some Madden 21 codes, one for Xbox and one for PS4. So make sure you donate and get those, or else I'm just going to keep those and give them to my kids.
Who are they sending a DM to? You
could send it to me or Sal. Either one of us.
That was confusing. Sal 1 or Sal 2? We can send it to Sal 1 or Sal 2. Sal the Pal or at Sal Lito.
Yeah, at Sal Pal 2 or at Sal Lito FF. Send us the screenshot, and we'll put you in a running to get one of those. I like to refer to them as gifts, right? We shouldn't be expecting prizes on a day like today. So, but props to Sal Stefanelli for getting all those, hitting up everybody and getting those things donated.
Like, I know, I'm not sure about you guys, but I'm pretty bad at math. But if you add up the value of all those subscriptions, I think it's about $1 billion. So for $5,
I was doing it while we were up there.
$5, you could become a billionaire instantly. Like, I mean, it's $5 for you guys. For me, it's like $6.70 Canadian. But I still think that's worth it at a shot at getting a subscription to one of your favorite fantasy sites, or even like a Madden code. Like, I don't play Madden, but I would play Madden if it only cost me $5.
Yeah.
Why the hell have I been wasting my time with DFS? I didn't realize there was a quicker, easier way to make a fortune.
That's how we do it. And I don't. How about you guys? But did it take you as long as it did for me to realize that Panda was Panda, the way it's spelled out in PayPal?
No.
Yeah. Zachary would like T-shirts like Cat in the Hat, which would be really awesome.
I would love that so much.
If you could just make one each for him and I, That would be really, really terrific.
I mean, I will wear that as soon as I get my GQ cover shoot.
There you go.
Well, if you could wear just the neck
The cravat.
with no shirt on, Sal, I'll give you $1 billion, my friend. You put that on.
All right, Russ, you have to make this happen now. You got to make that shirt.
Working on it. But also, speaking of, I know it wasn't on the list, but I will absolutely throw in a couple of James shirts and anything from ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. I got my Superflex Super Show mug going on right now, even though it's sadly empty.
What are you talking about? It says shirts and other cool stuff from the FF Pods shirt store.
Oh, see, I don't read past the first word, and since the first word wasn't FF Pod shirts, I missed it.
That's why I'll whip up a new one for you at the top.
Russ loves his stickers, so I'm sure it involves.
Oh, I made a hashtag the Brainiac sticker. Also.
That's right. He's got that out there. If you've ever seen Russ's laptop,
I cannot put it on the camera because it is on the back of my camera.
Stickers on top of stickers on top of stickers. He buys them and then he covers them up with other ones. It's just like that computer's going to be 6 inches thicker by the time he's done.
Those stickers are high quality material. I have one of the DHH Dynasty Happy Hour stickers. It came in the mail. My daughter saw it. It's like, okay, that's mine now. I was telling that to Tyler. He's like, okay, I'll send you another one.
On those T-shirts, Bob Gilchrist, who's part of SFB Avi, the guys who donated the money over, said he will use the Sao Paulo Mohawk image. If you have not seen this, go on to Sao Paulo 2's timeline. He put a very Ed Grimley looking, and as a comedian, I'm sure he loves the Martin Short stuff. Very Ed Grimley looking picture of himself up last night. That's got a little bit of run.
Look at this mess. I have to do something with it.
We'll post up some people who are checking into the chat. Real Rhinos is heartbroken learning of James's passing. He always showed me love. Huge loss for the FF community. And yeah, we've definitely discussed that today. If you're just joining us, he really is a guy that was so welcoming and inviting and open to people in the community and just someone you can lean on. And in a year like we've had here, it's a greater loss to lose a guy like that.
I was gonna ask John, like, you knew James the most out of all of us, and like what he was into and his love of wrestling. And you mentioned Edge was his favorite wrestler. Yeah. Do you know if he watched Money Plane? Because we never got a chance to talk about that. I didn't know Edge was his favorite wrestler. Else that would have been the first question I asked him as soon as I saw the movie.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I didn't even know that movie existed, to be honest. But,
it's got Kelsey Grammer in it, just so you know.
Holding a machine gun.
Yeah.
Wait, what was Edge's role in that?
He was the lead of it. He was the guy that had to come up with a plan to rob the casino on the Money Plane. Yeah.
He has a man bun.
How did I miss this?
The guy who never heard of that movie either. The past history of seeing the quality where wrestlers play the lead role outside of The Rock.
Don't you dare talk bad about John Cena
and Roddy Piper.
Oh my God, Russ! I saw that movie.
Batista? Batista's a good actor,
but he wasn't. Batista was one of the leads, I guess, in that movie, but not the lead. But he's been in some other movies too. But no, but
Jesse Ventura was in a movie. He was in what was it? Black
Major
Hammer,
League
White. Yeah,
Black Thunder, White Lightning.
Yeah.
We all know that Jesse Ventura went on to be amazing and do amazing things out of his political career.
That dude is bananas. I don't know if you've ever heard him talk. Oh, yeah. He's like in Mexico and he's like, I'm down there for like 9 months out of the year because I don't want him tracking me. And I'm just like, oh, what?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he did a show about conspiracy theories, right? I mean, he's the ultimate conspiracy theorist. And
God damn it, he was good in Predator.
He was good. He was great with the feather boas on WWF, we'll call it, because that's what I watched it.
That's back when I watched.
I loved when he would just attack Mean Gene Okerlund or attack Gorilla Monsoon and the things that he would say to those. And yeah, it was those are great memories. With the rest of them. Sal, I like the hair now.
That makes one of us.
So what? I mean, we're talking about entertainment. James, one of my favorite things that James and I would do is like exchange TV like shows. And I think we both helped each other discover a couple TV shows that we would never forget. And I always like seeing him discover those shows because he starts putting gifs out of the show. And it's kind of like, yes, you get it now, James. You are part of that community now. And we always used to do that. We would do on Superflex Super Show, the Super Sixes. And we would always talk about like things we liked, and that was always a cool time too to get to know James and get to know the rest of us. And I can't help but in everything I say right now, he's just going to be missed. I mean, he was one of my best friends, and he's just going to be missed in this community.
The first Super Six, by the way, ended up being one of the quite possibly the all-time greatest Super Show episode. It among the topics that came up was placenta encapsulation.
Oh yeah, I remember that because Travis was doing it.
How maraschino cherries are made, and one of my personal one of my Super Six topics was pet. I think it was pet peeves, if I remember right, and it was. One of them was, considering like eating soup as a standalone meal. It's not a viable meal to me.
You're the one that started this?
Yeah.
You're the one that started the soup nonsense?
Yeah. I mean, Bobby Koch kind of took it in a different direction with the whole, can you eat soup in the summertime? And I'm like, I like, forget that part. If it's part of an actual meal, I don't care what time of year it is, but like soup just by itself is not, it's just not a valid meal. And Travis, he was, he was the original foil. He was, before Stompy came along and turned it up to full blast. Travis was the guy to argue with me about absolutely everything, including this. But James had my back on it because Travis said, "Yeah, we had soup for dinner just last night." And James said, "Yeah, well, yeah, so did I. It was hot chocolate, actually." So, thank you.
Well, the open bar,
James comment.
Yeah.
The open bar podcast this past week decided to rerun the last episode where they had James on. That was so on Tuesday night, and the soup topic was they had a soup draft on that episode, and so probably spurned from one of your guys' show, and that was very interesting. So it was nice to see James on the show that night, just this past Tuesday. And when I saw your tweet, John, about his passing, I went back and I found his segment from this past year's Podathon, and I was laughing because it was supposed to be their segment, but you and Stompy was still hanging around, and Stompy has become the guy who just gets into the background of the Podathon now, just won't go away. He wins one lousy tournament of 1,200 people, and right away he thinks he's special. And we got to have him around all the time. But I
got to embrace the heel and just jump in and start talking shit to everybody. That's how it goes.
I think I love the role. I don't think I know. I love the role that you've taken on as a result of that. I think it's great. I don't know that this past year's winner is as it become as well known for it.
Because he won't put his junk out there, Gary. Get your junk out there. That's how you get people to watch you.
Please, no junk today. We'll save the junk for another. If you want to come on the Wednesday show, we could get your junk all up and through there. But today we'll keep your junk below the screen. But listen, let's talk a little football while we're here. Speaking of the Scott Fishbowl and the SFB Podathon.
Wait, real quick. I know we talked about the soup thing, but we need to bring up the conversation. I think it may have been like a year ago at this point about not peeing for an entire year and then peeing for 24 hours and how you would execute that.
Yes.
Way more interesting. Take it away. Way more interesting than where I was going.
That was.
I think it was James's input where it was like you just wear a rubber suit with a hole and like lay down at the edge of a cliff at the top of a hill.
Yeah, that was a really long running one. And like I said, so much of this is like some of my favorite memories are very behind the scenes, and it always feels like a geography joke. You had to be there, but I'm still gonna put it out there anyways, whatever. But yeah, so Travis had to pee in the middle of an episode every single time without fail, and it was really annoying, especially as the one who had to edit. And so I would just sit there complaining to James, and I was, and he, at one point, he was like, "Yeah, I wonder, like, if we could talk him into just, just peeing once and then, being done with it forever." And I was like, I don't. So we had to sit there and figure out the logistics of that. I don't even know how he came up with that idea, but yeah, and it turned into, what would you do if you could just pee one time, 24 hours straight, just a total bladder purge and then you're done for the rest of your life? Would you do it? And then how do you go about it? And yeah, we ended up discussing that one for weeks.
Those are always the funnest intros to me. Or like, I mean, that wasn't an intro, but that was always one of the funnest intros to me, is when like we just got derailed because somebody said something real stupid. You're just like, wait, what? Hold on. No, we're not skipping over this, John. Get out of here.
I mean, that was the entire first year or so of the Falafel House podcast, our original podcast. I'm not sure Steve and Kevin had any idea what I was going to say at the top of most shows, and it would absolutely derail a lot of stuff. And Steve would always be, "We got to get the thing done in 60 minutes. We got to you stop talking." And I would, part of what I loved was just coming on there daily, forget the football talk, seeing what I could say to absolutely throw them off on the podcast. But I thought that was a good time if you guys saw me disappear and actually go take a pee, which is what I actually did. And I left the door open, guys, so I could hear all the talk as I was streaming, a different type of streaming. So cool. Guys, we have someone in the background I'm going to add, wants to come talk about James. That is Mr. Devi Kane himself. What is up, brother?
Hey, how we doing?
Good, man. I'm glad you came in. Some of us are starting to lose our voice, I think, from talking so much in this first hour. Not me. I'm a veteran of 24 hours straight, 3 years running. I'll be here. But thanks for joining us, man. If you got anything you want to say off the top.
Yeah, so like some people know, obviously James and I were good friends, and we actually co-own a team together. And obviously the biggest thing we ran into, right, is what to name the team, because I think that's almost more important than playing fantasy football sometimes. And right, so the only issue we have is we both love college football. He obviously loves Wisconsin, and I'm a diehard Minnesota fan. So obviously we absolutely talk shit to each other the whole time. Couldn't help it. But the only thing that we could agree on is how much we hated Iowa. So the name of our team is Who Hates Iowa? We Hate Iowa. Because that's the only thing that we could ever agree on. We couldn't even agree on trades, but at least we could agree on the fact that we hated Iowa more than any other team in this country.
Who doesn't hate Iowa? I mean, the whole state.
Thor doesn't. Thor will fight you tooth and nail for that one.
I know. And his dad went to the University of Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh, and I took over a team for James, and the name of the team is Peeing Downhill. I just remembered that one.
Yeah, that checks out.
Kane, we've John and Stompy have spoken about how they first met James, and in this Twitter community, fantasy football Twitter community, we come across our guys. Like, we're all a family, but we all find those guys that are our go-tos, right, the people we become closest with. And how did you first come across James, and what was it, aside from your hatred of Iowa, that really made him like one of your guys, one of your best friends in this community?
Yeah, so I think when I had just started out talking about fantasy football all the time, other than talking about draft stuff, that I joined some league that Ray had put together about tape versus data, right? So the old argument about analytics versus film, and who makes people better at fantasy football. Obviously, film has crushed it so far, so we're doing pretty well.
God damn it! Listen, you got. This is supposed to be in memory of James. Of course,
Hey,
when you start,
he was on team film.
I know, but when you start egging me on, I think your team James, that you're on James's side anyway, because that's what he would do too.
Right. Yeah. So
get me yelling, and it's a good memory for James.
yeah. So we joined that league, and James was in it too, and we were both on the tape side. And then we were just talking a lot about the whole draft process and how we evaluate players, obviously college players coming up through the draft process. And then for whatever reason, James was like, "Hey, I need to have you on the podcast on the Superflex Super Show." And I was like, "That's gnar. You bet I'll hop on." And then, just from there, it's kind of how it went. And then we started co-owning a team together, and we were talking a lot. And that's just kind of how it went. James was just one of those guys that, like, as soon as you got him started talking, like, you couldn't get him to stop. Like, it just takes a little bit to get him started sometimes, and then boom, it was just runs.
Yeah, for those who thought he was quiet or he was soft spoken, but when he was knowledgeable on a topic, which in fantasy football he generally always was, I mean, he's brilliant. He was a great analyst. He had good points, and I mean, I think that's goddamn. I can't stop saying, "Oh, that's going to be missed." He's going to be missed, everybody. I love James.
Don't stop saying it because it's true.
Yep.
When James first joined the Super Flexible podcast, that was the first time I had ever heard his voice, and I actually gave him the nickname "The Brain" just because he sounded to me like a hacky like TV like college professor or something. He had that kind of voice, like almost like Professor Frink on the Simpsons. Without the he sounded like that to me. I had no idea how appropriate the name was going to be. I had no idea that he was as brilliant at this stuff as he ended up being, but it really was just for the sound of his voice, but it ended up being a very appropriate nickname, and I think that's why it stuck.
And it works out as sounding like a pretty cool wrestling name. We all heard of Bobby the Brain Heenan, but so it just kind of flows in that mold of him being a wrestling fan. I mean, is anybody else getting excited about Russ's knee on the screen? I mean, it's it's distracting, pal.
That's how you know he's ready to podcast.
Higher.
You're the worst.
Guys, like I said, we're going to be here for another 3 hours. We've done an hour and 10 minutes, and let's definitely talk about stories that remind us about James, but let's keep it light as well. And any football stuff anybody wants to talk about. We're going into week 3 already, believe it or not, in a year where we hoped we would get it one weekend. We didn't know how long the season was going to last. I got a feeling we're going to get through the full 17 weeks just because the way baseball pushed through, no matter what happened, entire teams. By the way, the Marlins were wiped out for like a week. They just clinched the playoffs yesterday, so I can't imagine the NFL train is going to slow down, but we got any takes going into week 3, guys?
There will be no injuries in week 3. That's my take.
Mostly because we're just going to be like, la, 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 la.
Seriously. On Thursday night's game, I'm mostly on the defensive side, I believe. Nobody fantasy unless you play.
Nobody cares.
You still play team defenses?
But seriously, the first 2 weeks have been apocalyptic for injuries. I mean, we're talking major superstars. Godwin was out. Galladay was out. Sutton is on the IR.
I pulled my hamstring. Like,
yeah,
all the superstars are hurt.
I was getting off of the couch because somebody got hurt, and I pulled my hamstring.
I was running to first base. Just
Kittle's out another week. Raheem Mostert's out multiple weeks. Like, it's been, and I do really wonder if it's the lack of pads in training camp and the lack of preseason games. I mean, are they football fit? I mean, yes, they can be fit, but getting hit by pads and making those cuts are a whole different thing. And I just wonder if because of all the lack of off-season training and a shortened training camp and no preseason if that's affecting everything.
Well, you say that it's been apocalyptic for injuries. There's been some insane scoring as well around the league. I mean, some teams are scoring at levels where we can only hope that they continue. But as we got some super flex guys on here, we all play in super flexes, but some guys who specialize in it with those quarterbacks off to amazing starts. There's been a lot of talk, and I even saw Ryan McDowell tweet out that this is the year, and this is recently, not back when we were drafting. This was in the past week. This is the year where you don't need to start 2 quarterbacks in the Scott Fishbowl because that the way the scoring is, it's actually been hampering people. Do you guys feel comfortable that you could put a Russell Wilson out there every week and then not have to worry about that second super flex spot this year because he's just scoring at insane rates?
I think people who say that didn't draft 2 good quarterbacks.
Yeah, right.
Which I honestly never do.
Watson as his #1 quarterback in Scott Fishbowl. It's been a rough start. Thank God. Who thought I would say thank God for Derek Carr?
I'm excited to get to start Justin Herbert this week in the Scott Fishbowl. That's going to be fun.
You know, John, I had him on my bench as well. It was a guy I grabbed late. I thought it would take by week 4 for us to see him. But thank you to a doctor who was obviously paid by Justin Herbert. Tyrod Taylor's lung. We laugh about that and best of luck in a recovery to Tyrod Taylor. But he just helped along the inevitable, right? I mean, Herbert belonged starting in that offense.
They got Hide from The Office as their trainer. In Japan, steady hand. Number one surgeon.
Surgeon number 1. But yeah, I mean, John, that training staff, that medical staff, and with the Chargers has been panned for a very long time because of all of the injuries they've had over the past decade. And here we just get like the blatant, I stabbed him in the lung. I apologize for that. You did what? Holy shit. How did that even happen?
Your check's in the mail, but how does that even happen? I've got a take for you guys. I'm going to pander a little bit to 2 guys here. First to Stompy, because I know this is something that he's been calling for a while, but also something for Sal Pal in the crappy quarterback realm. But I'm not so sure Jimmy Garoppolo is getting that job back.
Wow.
You've been saying that for years. I mean, since he's signed there, you're like, nah, man, Nick Mullins is better anyway.
I've been saying that for years. Yes, you're right. And he listen, I don't know if it's better. I think he's less of a downgrade than people think, and he's like a significant or a small fraction of the price. Small fraction of the price. Because this is a run first team. This is a team that only needs Jimmy G or the quarterback to not give up the ball. And I mean, it's a little different now because that defensive line is injured with Solomon and Solomon Thomas and Nick Bosa out for the season, but that's how that team is built. They're not going to be built to throw the ball, especially with the injuries that they've had with Ayuk and Samuels Debo Samuels. Jesus, Samuels. There's too many Samuel in this. I'm a Samuel. That's too much. And Kittle out, and now you have Mostert out, you have Coleman out, and you're starting Jerick McKinnon, who is out for 2 full seasons. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, but I'm on board. I've been saying that Nick Mullins is
not to give Stompy a compliment, because I would never do that. But Jimmy G does only have $2.8 million in dead cap next year, as opposed to the $26.9 million cap hit. So
Nick Mullins, baby.
That, of course, wasn't a compliment to Stompy. That was just stating some facts.
Well,
I would never compliment Stompy.
And that's a good point too. Is with the injuries that they have, they probably aren't that competitive in the NFC West as of now, because the Rams seem to be back. That offense seems to be back. The Cardinals they're 2-0 right now, and their defense looks pretty good. And,
right, but they'll have to re-sign Mullins though. He's a restricted free agent.
And that's fine, but I mean, how much is he actually going to garner on the open market, really, especially with Fields and Lawrence coming in and Trey? I forgot his last name. That one, Trey Lance.
Don't worry, his parents live 6 blocks away from me.
Oh, can you? Never mind. I was going to say I didn't have anything prepared.
Go see if you can get him on. See what he's doing.
No. Well, Trey's still at North Dakota State.
But he. So I mean, maybe 10, 12, 15 million, where like those top end quarterbacks are going for 30 plus. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is worth what, $400-500 million now. So, I mean, yeah, we can't compare him, but Mullins is going to be far cheaper, and you're not seeing that significant of a downgrade to me for the 49ers.
And I will just tell you, as we're talking about quarterbacks, because obviously it's college football Saturday, and Spencer Rattler looks very good.
He's 2022, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Probably going to be the quarterback one.
Superflex fans. 2022, Spencer Rattler.
There's going to be at least three good quarterbacks in that class, and they're all special.
Oh boy.
So
boy.
Yeah,
I'm hot and bothered thinking ahead.
If you're playing in Devy leagues and you're not following Kane, I mean, you're doing yourself a disservice, right? I mean, this is the type of information for guys like me. I play in a couple of Devy leagues, but I'm so not good at reviewing college players and at fantasy football. Period. Yeah. No, guys like that who give you little tidbits like that make it great. But I just wanted to say, get the Nick Mullins, Jordan Reed stack in your DFS lines this week and enjoy the cash.
And then one of our prizes or gifts, as Sal likes to mention, is a Patreon subscription for Kane's Patreon. So don't forget to donate at least $5 to get entered into that raffle at paypal.me/PANDUH0407.
We can talk about how funny that is that it's Pan. Duh.
I thought it took me forever to realize that. I am an idiot.
Kane, I don't wear a lot of jerseys at all, but I just got this one in the mail 2 days ago.
Wow.
And if you guys don't know who that is, Jeremy
Ruckert.
He's the tight end at Ohio State. I know him since he's 6 years old. I was actually a soccer coach for a long time. He was a goalie, and he was a phenomenal goalie at a young age. At 12 years old, he was invited to the U.S. soccer identification program in North Carolina. That's how good of a soccer player he was. But he took those skills of keeping the ball out of the net and turned him into an unbelievable high school career as a wide receiver, but he's a big kid, so he projected as a tight end. He was the number 2 tight end, I think, in the nation coming out in 2018. 2018 was his graduation year, and he's going into his junior year, so I'm pumped up to see the Big Ten coming back because as a junior this year, I'm expecting to be much more involved. He made an amazing one-handed touchdown catch in the Big Ten championship this past year. Look him up. That's my boy. I'm just hoping he stays healthy and could one day see him playing on Sundays.
Yeah, so my co-host Shane, who does like all the draft stuff, I think he has him going in the 6th round of the NFL draft if he comes out.
That'd be phenomenal. I'll take him anywhere. Anywhere in that draft would be amazing. And
going to Miami is what it looks like, which wouldn't be a bad spot for him.
Twin Peaks there with Jazeki, who's coming to his own these last couple of weeks. Miami got me so excited on Thursday night. If that's what this week 3's to come, Ryan Fitzpatrick got us all started off on a good foot. No.
Yeah, and Gardner Minshew didn't. Oh. Damn it, Gardner. He looks so bad. Sal, I was thinking about this, and I forgot to ask you, but since you are the king of the underdog quarterbacks, I think I was really surprised that you didn't pick, and this is assuming you're in Scott Fishbowl, you didn't pick Gardner Minshew in the first to get free Bud Light for a year.
Well, one, I don't drink, which I guess
fair enough.
Because Bud Light is not really alcoholic.
Yeah, suck it.
But I did go out and draft him just to be a part of that. But the thing I remember the most was when, do you guys remember when Underdog Fantasy was trying to bribe people not to draft Gardner Minshew so it wouldn't mess up their ADP?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it was that in Barkley was when people got upset when I think Shane Manila and someone else started putting out that they would donate money because that one dude drafted Matt Barkley into the Saquon Barkley in the first. And they're like, dude, we'll give anyone money. We'll donate like $50 if you do that, and even more if you win. if you win your division or something with Matt Barkley as your first, and everyone
that's right. Yeah.
They freaked out about that too.
That's what happened to me in the John Bosch Eliminators. We raised about, I think it was like almost $400 for me to draft Blake Bortles with my first pick.
Wow.
And he's coming around, baby. Here it
That's the
comes.
next level.
I got eliminated after the first week because I drafted 8 quarterbacks and 8 defenses.
The old 8 and 8 pack.
But it's funny how people get upset about things like that, which in the end we're raising money for charity. Like, why do you want to get pissed off at people for wanting to have a good time and making money for people that deserve it? Like, this guy drafted Matt Barkley. Yeah, obviously it was a mistake, but then someone else had the idea to turn that around into a good thing. And then another person like, well, that's dumb. Don't do that. Like, who cares? Let them have a good time and make money.
Was there
the whole point of the Scott Fish Bowl?
People were genuinely upset about that? Was that a thing? I must have missed it.
Some people take fantasy football too seriously.
Well, you know what?
I'm not sure if you ever heard of those type of people.
I was up for over 30 hours straight. I must have missed all that on Twitter by after it all. My Scott Fishbowl team, I have lost Christian McCaffrey, Philip Lindsay, and Le'Veon Bell. But the good news is I did go in on James Robinson that first week and get him off the waiver. So I'm down. I'm basically starting 2 running backs, and it's Josh Kelly and James Robinson. So I'm actually not in terrible shape because Josh Kelly, 23 carries last week. I mean, he actually looks like he's going to be a week in and week out guy you can rely on for volume. We'll have to see if he gets a little bit better yards per carry and the yardage total goes up. But is there any reason, guys, you don't think Josh Kelly keeps the role that he has right now?
Well, Justin Jackson's finally healthy.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So again, I ask you: is there any reason why? I mean, Justin Jackson was there last year.
His name is Justin Jackson. That's
the reason.
I think people really underestimate Justin Jackson. He was very good in college. He was third string behind Gordon and Kelly, and in the limited snaps he's been able to take in 2018 and 2019, he was pretty efficient with the snaps and a good change of pace back. So.
Take that,
Kelly's,
Sal.
Well, and Kelly, I mean, but the thing is, it's not even like a Kelly is better than Justin Jackson. It's that they're going to split those touches behind Eckler. So it's Eckler and then 2 change of pace backs, really.
I want to say before I get away from it, I was the Justin Jackson guy last year. Like, so when Gordon was holding out,
listen to this hipster.
I was Team JJ last year, right? Over Eckler, which didn't work out well at all.
That's your mistake, because you said over Eckler.
I had so much Justin Jackson. I just figured Eckler couldn't really play an every down role, and Justin Jackson would get that goal line work, and it just didn't work out well for me last year. So I turned
your style just onto whatever's new. It's like, this guy. We don't worry about the old stuff, even though he averaged almost 7 yards a carry in 2019. Let's just forget about that, even though he's extremely efficient, right? Just pass him to the side because Sal hates him.
God damn it, Sal.
What a shame you bring to our name.
All right, I was going to go on mute here. Russ, John, do you have anything you want to say?
No, I'm good.
What have you seen?
Yeah, this is fun.
Somebody put in the chat a question. What is the craziest James Robinson trade you have seen? Russ, you're the dynasty trades guy. Have you seen any insane trades? I've seen polls out there. Would you want him over Saquon Barkley? But have you seen any crazy trades recently?
No, I think it's mostly because everyone's afraid to trade him at this point, especially after the game. Like, I guess you can't trade him now because, like, you felt thrilled to get a second for him after week 1. And I wasn't into him after week 1 either because he didn't look great. He just happened to score a touchdown. And then Thursday happened. And I mean, boy looks good, even though the rest of that team looked bad. So it helped him look good. would you sell him for a second at this point if you're trying to win? I think that's silly right now. I mean, at some point, you do just want to score fantasy points, and it seems like he's going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's a win now guy, right? He kind of reminds me of like what Gus Edwards is, where Gus Edwards had his shot. He was decent, but he's not going to be the answer there in Jacksonville. He'll be a backup, change of pace, maybe a goal line back, and then they'll get a running back next year.
So do you hope using the trade finder for DLF?
I was too slow to pull it up. Okay,
so this is in a one quarterback league. Lamar Jackson for James Robinson, Keenan Allen for James Robinson, James Robinson and a first round pick for Devontae Parker, N'Keal Harry, Mike Williams, James Robinson for Chris Carson. All of these happened after Thursday's game.
Well, who at the league is letting you trade guys that already played this week? God.
But in MFL, it'll go through. It just won't be
count. Like the points will count. Yeah, the points will count.
The points I tried to put this into. I mean, I have the freaking Trade Addicts leagues, and that still even got voted down in my leagues, in like all of them, because it was a thing of double dipping. Like, you can get James Robinson's points on Thursday and then trade him for someone who's going to give you points on Sunday. That was the biggest argument against that. Just thought I would throw that in there.
No,
I don't have any crazy James Robinson trades, but some people might not know. I run the 4for4 Twitter account, and James Robinson is a topic of interest a lot there. And this one guy tweeted us saying that his brother had asked him who he should pick up in a league that they're playing together. And him thinking James Robinson was a nobody and wasn't going to do anything suggested to him that he should pick up James Robinson. And now he's down 30 fantasy points to his brother.
Nice. Even better because it's his brother.
Well, it's funny. So Bob Gilchrist is in the chat again, and this was one of the other Bob put that poll up the other day, and it created a little bit of heat and friction. And he said, the poll said, who would you rather have going forward in Dynasty, Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs? And so Saquon's starting to become a guy who could be a bust. He's third year in the league. He's shown a tendency to get injured. The Giants don't seem to be putting a good enough line in front of him to protect for him. The Giants are probably not going to throw big money at him at this point. So I ask you guys, who would you rather have after the volume we've seen Jacobs getting and how hard and well he's run going forward?
No, still Saquon.
Yeah,
am I trying to win this year? Like, do I have non-hurt wide receivers? Then probably I'm going to go Jacobs.
That's the thing. Like,
I was just talking long term, not this year. Sorry.
Yeah. In Dynasty, I think it's still Saquon, but like, it's just so this season is so wide open with these injuries and everything going on that, you know, I think that there's an opportunity to go get a championship, and I think Josh Jacobs gets you there. So, I mean, I would be willing to pay it unless you're just going to embrace a down year and go with Saquon. But like, all things being equal, Saquon is the better back.
Guys, real quick, I just would stop. I'm sorry. I just want to John's got to run, and I just want to let it. You know, John, you're welcome to come back. We'll be here till 4:00. So if your schedule frees up and you want to come back, you don't need to ask. Just click on the link. It'll be the same link, and get back in here. But why don't you say your parting shots for now?
Definitely, yeah. Just really appreciate you guys organizing this, and you know, Kane, Russ, Stomp for showing up. Anybody else who ends up coming in and saying some words. And just really miss my friend, man. It's been a tough week, but getting together with this group of friends definitely eases the pain. So I really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody who's in the chat to hang out and share the memories, and everybody who donates as well. It really means a lot. I know how much it helps the family, and it's really more than anything just kind of showing them the amount of love and respect that James had from this community. So it really means a lot for everybody involved with this.
Very cool, John. I'm glad you were able to be here today with us. I'm glad you were able to help bring us a little bit closer to knowing James. We knew him on a limited basis that we got to know him through the fantasy community, but definitely sounds like you had a much more personal relationship with him. And I thank you for getting in contact with his family and helping us be able to do a little bit more for him today. So hopefully we'll speak to you a little bit later again today, my friend.
Definitely. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, John.
And also, Kane, I know, Kane, you have some people over today at the house, and you want to get in here today and get some words in on James, who is a very good and close friend to you as well. So if you want to say what you need to say now, and I also extend to you that if a window of opportunity between now and 4 o'clock opens up and you could jump back on, we're here. The link is the same, and definitely join us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Just thanks for doing this. It's I always have a hard time talking about things like this, right? Like when someone you care about just suddenly passes away, it just kind of brings this whole new perspective, right, towards life, and whether that new perspective lasts for just a little while and really just keeps things in the forefront that are really, really important to your life, right? Or whether it's something that really changes you as a whole for the rest of your life. Because the worst part is, sadly, like, this isn't the last time that someone that you know is going to pass away unexpectedly, right? And it's just making sure that you use that emotion for the right thing. And so this is great that we're able to do this, and we're able to make sure that James's family is taken care of. It's never ever, no one's ever going to be able to replace those memories or replace what James did for us, right? But at least the memories are going to be there that we're going to be able to take something forward and continue to use this in a positive light, and making sure that everyone, really everyone, knows just how much they're appreciated. Like one kind word of appreciation can go so far for someone, because you never know what they're going through. They could be having, just the absolute worst day. And then someone like James might just, hop into your DMs and say, hey, was thinking about you. Hope you're okay. So I'm going to peace out before I start crying. So love you guys. Have a good one.
Hey, Kay, man, we love you too.
Kane.
And you cry if you want to, man, because it's what we need to get through it sometimes. It's such great heartfelt words, and we'll speak to you soon, man. Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks, Kane.
Yeah, just real quick. Absolutely, guys. To build off what Kane said and to what Sal too just said, man, don't be afraid to emote, if you will. Like, I remember Monday morning is when I woke up. Every Monday morning, I wake up, hopefully before my kids wake up. I have a 5 and a 7-year-old, so they wake up at the crack ass of dawn, just because that's what kids do. But I try and get like a half hour to myself before I have to get them up and everything. And like, I sat down, couch, cup of coffee in hand, and saw John's tweet, and literally just dropped my phone, and instantly, just before I processed what happened, tears just started falling. It was just. And then a half hour later, I got the kids up, and then my wife, sees that I've stopped crying at that point, but sees that I'm not normal. I'm not well. And she's like, you all right? And it's really, how do you explain like us to your spouses that don't really, or significant others, or anyone else in the world? Like when we met up at the FFX, the Midwest Expo, like I would joke around and saying, I'm going to meet a bunch of strange men I met on the internet. But like my wife's like, you all right? And I just go, one of my football friends died. And again, instantly, before acknowledging the emotions I was feeling, it just started, tears just started going down. And like, don't be afraid to let that happen. Long gone is the trope of the masculine man who can't feel emotions. Like, if you still believe that, like, I'm sorry, but it's rough on your mental and physical well-being to keep that in. Don't be afraid to feel it. Don't be afraid to, like Kane was saying, take those emotions and push it to other places. Reach out to that person you haven't talked to in a while. I texted more people on Monday than I have in forever, and literally just said, hey man, thinking of you. Or a couple of my friends that I used to be great friends with, and one of my friends, like, moved to Florida, and I literally just all I said was, love you, buddy. All I did, was tell him I loved him, because I know he at times like went through some rough times and stuff like that. So just in case he happened to be going through that now, just telling him I love him, telling him that I was thinking about him. It's just be willing to do that. Even if, like, man, if you are stuck in that, like, as a tribute to James, just be like, let it happen, let it go just once, and see how that makes you feel. And even if you're afraid to do it again afterwards, it's good just this once to just let it out, cry a little bit, do the one manly tear if that's what you got to do. Go lock yourself in the closet. Just tell your wife you got to poop and go in the bathroom. Like,
Russ, I did maybe a half an hour before I was jumping on this stream, record a quick little Snapchat to send to my kids. So I have a group snap with my 3 kids, and my kids are older than yours. You got young ones. Mine are 16, 19, and 20, going to be 21 in November. And I started to tell them I just wanted to say I love you, and I knew I was going to start crying, and I had to quickly get out of it. I sent them that, and then I typed to them the rest of what I had to say. And I told them I was going to start to cry. I'm not afraid to cry in front of my children. I'm not afraid to show emotion. I think you're 100% right. I think it's really important. Going back to even the mental health podathons that happened, this was something I said during that. It's okay to cry. It's okay to reach out to another man or woman, but the stigma of not being able to speak to other men about your feelings is something we need to get over. And just great words by you there. I know, Stompy, I cut you off there. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted, Outhouse brought up the Midwest Expo. And I know a bunch of us met up there, and it really was. It was like we've been physically friends for a long time. And I know for me, my fantasy football friends are the people I talk to most often, outside of the people who I'm directly in contact with, my boss, my girlfriend. And I gave Russ a hug when we were there, because we've known each other for a while. Basically everybody there, it was like we've been long lost friends. And I agree. It's hard to communicate that to whomever you're telling, because it's like, well, it's just fantasy football. It's just an online friendship. And it's like, it's not just those things, because these are people that you share a lot of things with. You share your lives with, you talk to almost daily, and it's a real friendship. And it hurts when you lose somebody. I know, we've definitely, I've seen, at least in the baseball community, they lost a big time analyst, and everybody had something to say about that. And it's tough. But this friendship is real. This community is real. And we've talked, and Scott Fish has joined, but we talked about how giving this fantasy community is, despite what we think of each other in terms of our analysis. We all come together in times of need or for other people, and we donate and give help. And that's why this community, I think, is so close. And generally everybody knows everybody.
Yeah. And Scott did join us. And I just want to say real quick, Ben, I see you in the background. If you could hear me, I know you're there too. We have Ben Koutoulas. I'm going to screw your name up, but he's going to join us in a minute also. Don't go anywhere. But Scott is with us now. And yes, Scott, we spoke so much in the first, we're an hour and 40 minutes into this thing already. And we spoke so much, especially at the top and in the first hour. Ben just put in a private chat, Koutoulas. So Koutoulas, Ben Koutoulas will be with us shortly. But Scott, you were brought up by Ross and by other people about donating and charity, and your point to just give even one league entry fee. And I've seen so many leagues. I'm in the open bar charity league, and we all picked a charity before the draft that we would be donating to if we won. Mm-hmm. And that week this week we decided we don't care who wins. The money immediately went over to James's family. Nice. That should be getting to them soon. But welcome to the show, Scott. And what do you got to say today?
Scott Fish, the GOAT.
How's it going, guys? Yeah, I was just listening. It's one of those. It's tough to know what to say, right? I was just listening to Stompy, and he's right. I mean, these relationships, they're as real as in-person relationships used to be. It's 2020. It's not 1997 anymore, right? Like these internet relationships, they're very, very real. Arguably my best friend in the entire world is Ryan McDowell, and I've met him once in my entire life in person. You can have very strong personal relationships that you share everything in your life with somebody and have limited ability to meet them. So it is very real for me. You guys mentioned the Midwest Expo, and it feels. I know James didn't attend that because I do this training camp in Minnesota, and he drove to the training camp for that, and he didn't attend the Midwest Expo, and he came, and that's when I met him for the first time, and he met me and Charch, and we chatted and we talked about what he was doing in the fantasy industry, and I believe that at that time Brian Harr was going to join the show and stuff like that, and he's just always been so positive. Every interaction I've ever had with him, and I'm sure that's been talked about a lot on here. Like I've never seen a bad interaction with James, and that's probably my biggest lasting memory of him. He was just always positive and always like just so nice every time I interacted with him, and that's going to be really missed. It sucks to lose someone, and sorry, it's just one of those times that we lose James, and we lost. You might have seen this on Twitter, but not Dynasty Frank also died within the last 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Oh no!
Oh, I had no idea about that.
Yeah, yep. His wife reached out to me and Frank and Ryan and whatnot, and he also died in the last couple weeks, and she wanted to let us know how much our community meant to him, and how much fantasy football meant to him, and we lost him, and right now my son is going to get a COVID test, and it's a scary time, man. It's a really scary and really sad time. I don't know how many more words I have right now, but
Yeah, well, Scott, to your point that you mentioned, yeah, overwhelmingly what's come up today is that nobody seems to have had a bad interaction with James. And, John Hogue was on, and John pointed out that James had such a, sometimes he struggled with his own vision of himself, but it never portrayed in the community. And just a great guy. And I did see you tweet that out about your son yesterday. And you know that we're all thinking of you and your family and your son at this time, and that everything is just that it's a nothing deal, and it's just a formality to get out of the way.
Right. But we all have to jump back into, March quarantine mode. Like we're having food delivered. We're trying not to go contact anyone until we know for sure. So like we won't even go. But anyway, this is not about that. So
before I bring Ben in, just quickly with not Dynasty Frank, was that somebody we would have known in the community, or was that just a person who made that account but really wasn't somebody would have known on Twitter?
It wasn't an alien. It wasn't a burner account or anything. It was, it was a regular guy. It was one of us. It's just a regular guy. You wouldn't have known him in the industry outside of his at not Dynasty Frank handle. But he was a member of our community. He played in our leagues. He connected with us in many respects all the time. He did, and as actual Dynasty Frank starts to become more and more like the not at Dynasty Frank, it was almost like he was foreshadowing a little bit. But I want to bring in Ben Koutoulas. Ben, I think I got it right that time.
You're good.
He reached out. He reached out to the other Sal. Pound for pound, the most Sals on any podcast you're going to find right here today. And Ben reached out to Sal, and he's part owner of Fantasy Points. We've seen Fantasy Points come up this year in the community, and he wanted to come on and talk about community and the industry and stuff like that, and the community support in the industry. And I think big backbone of this show today is the community and the support that we all out for each other. So Ben, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. This is a somber but solid way to spend a Saturday. Just talking about the community. Day before football, a couple days after the Thursday game, something that we all love. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, and in a show like this where we talk a lot about even the stuff that Scott just alluded to and touched on, it's also important to laugh a little bit and smile and talk about football, which is the connection that brings us all together.
I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, James was a Cleveland guy, right?
He was from Wisconsin, originally from Chicago, lived in Wisconsin, but as I come to find out from John Hogue, the Cleveland Browns fandom came from his father.
So I found that out, and that struck a nerve with me because I'm a 4-for-4 Philly guy. But my dad and his family's from Cleveland. So I literally have just as many Browns, Indians, Cavaliers stuff as I do, and Ohio State stuff as I do Eagles, Eagles, Phillies. And my parents recently, they're cleaning out their basement, so asked me to come over, and I dig up an old Tim Couch jersey that I got probably about like 10 years ago. And I don't know, there's something fervent about Cleveland fans. So when I found that out about James, I had a little chuckle about that. Not always the most pleasant, but something fervent about Cleveland fans.
There's something about certain sports franchises, period, where when the fans remain fans, that they're diehards, right? They've been there through the thick and the thin, and the losing and the heartbreak, and probably no more team in the NFL has had goal line heartbreak. And we're going back to fumbles at the goal line by Leroy Horde. I mean, the years and years of heartbreak for Cleveland. Stabby, were you holding up Denver Broncos? I mean,
I was. Yes, I was.
They've won Super Bowls and really not altogether that far in the past.
I know, but no. What I'm saying is that the drive and the fumble both happened against the Broncos.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, well, I mean, even I live right outside Philly, and my parents, they're Eagles fans, but my dad on many occasions has said he would sooner disown me for coming into his house wearing a Baltimore Ravens jersey than if I were to wear a Dallas Cowboys jersey. Picked up the franchise from Cleveland, left, and won a Super Bowl. What was it, 2 years later?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That definitely hasn't hurt. But Ben, just real quick, tell people a little about yourself. You're not a guy who I've come across before on Twitter. Just to say, because this community is very Twitter based. So I'm getting to meet you for the first time today. So tell me about yourself.
Sure. Yeah, and you probably would. I mean, I just started talking to Scott this year because for the last 7 years I do everything behind the scenes. So you won't see my name tagged on an article or anything like that. No hot takes on Twitter or anything. But I've worked in this industry for the last 7 years, and getting to work with guys like like John Hansen, been with him for 7 years, and alongside Joe Dolan, and now Scott Barrett on our team, and worked with Jeff Manns. I just had like an hour-long conversation with Manns, and I hadn't spoken to him in like a year, and that sort of, I don't know, to me that sort of spoke to what kind of community we have. Like, used to worked with Jeff Manns for about 2 years, hadn't spoken to him in about a year, and called him, and on the second ring he picked up. So often when we lose touch with a few people, trying to reconnect is not the easiest thing. But in this community, it feels so simple. And I do all the the back end stuff behind the scenes for websites. I call myself the offensive lineman because when everything's working properly, you don't notice it, but as soon as there's a holding call or as soon as there's a block for a defensive lineman, then oh man, get after him. Having been able to work with all these people, and especially now with COVID, a lot of people are finding out something that I've sort of known all along, and I mean other people in other industries are finding out what I've known all along, and what probably you guys have known all along, is that this screen in front of us does not at all prevent any type of interpersonal connection or communication. I mean, I've only met the current staff on Fantasy Points. I've only met 4 or 5 of them in person, and we have 9 or 10 people on staff, but yet I know if I text Justin Varnes, our IDP guy, at 11:30 at night, he's going to answer, and he feels comfortable texting me at 2:00 in the morning, and there's just this inherent connection that it's like when one person is going through something difficult, it doesn't have to be something as tragic as losing a member, but when one person is going through something difficult, the whole community rallies around. Our managing editor Joe Dolan, he had to put his dog down last week, and we had people in our live stream chat waiting for the show while waiting for the live stream show to start, just saying hey Joe, hope you're doing okay, et cetera, et cetera. And that plays a little bit into why I love doing some social media stuff for Fantasy Points, because you see a lot of big companies on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, and the face is the logo, and that's it. But I always do my best to address as many interactions, responses, retweets as possible, because I want to make sure people feel involved. I want to make sure that people don't think that there's a wall in between a big company's Twitter handle and someone with 100 followers. And so and just that feeling of inclusion, even with the Scott Fishbowl chat, I would say I looked away from my phone for 2 hours or something leading up to, as soon as Scott Fishbowl started, and looked away for 2 hours and came back to 250 messages or something like that. So it's just it's something great, and it's unfortunately I feel like it's something that a lot of people will never understand outside of the industry and outside of the community. We for Scott Fishbowl, it crossed over a little bit with our, we had a reduced price or whatever, and we had a reduced price for a certain amount, so we took 10% of all of our standard and premium sales, and are donating this Christmas, because the potathon ended about 2 days before we stopped collecting. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people just think of fantasy football, think of DFS and betting, and that synonymous word of the degenerates, the fantasy football degenerates, when in reality it's I've never experienced anything like it. So I just even though I'm a guy behind the scenes, I love seeing the interaction, anything to make the community better, to make a website better. We had all the websites also seem so inclusive. We had Kate and Michelle Magic on, right before preseason, this whole projecting without a preseason, all of that kind of stuff. I know, John Hansen went on Brian Drake's podcast. So there's this interconnectivity where people are so comfortable hopping on someone else's pod, getting on someone else's stream, cross advertising, because there's so little, it's all selfless. It's all selfless. Because if one person is doing good, if one podcaster site is doing great, then it just reflects on the whole community. So
yeah, really, really well said, Ben. I just want to real quick, because I know Stompy's got to get running, and Gabe's on a limited time frame with us, so Ben, stay with us. We got
no problem.
Time we got time to keep you here. So Sam, real quick, say some parting words, my friend.
Well, I think Ben did a good job of describing what this community is to most of us, and I think that speaks to the community, but it also speaks to the impact James has had on a lot of people in this industry, because like Sal said, I haven't had the honor or the privilege to interact with Ben on Twitter yet in this community, but here we are on the same stream talking on the same stream to honor James. So I think that just says a lot about the community. It also says a lot about James as a whole. And I seriously mean it when I say he's going to be very missed, because as I've said, we talk weekly to a lot of our close friends in this community, or daily a lot of the times, and it's losing one of my best friends. It's going to be tough without him. As Sal said, and I know it's not my fault, but I still have some regrets. I've had to take a hiatus for my own mental and physical health and I haven't been able to talk to James for the last month, or I haven't talked to James for the last month. And it hurts me to not have talked to him for a month. And I do feel guilty about this hiatus. So it's hard to not talked to him. And then now he's all of a sudden gone. And it's going to be difficult to get through for the next few months, because like I said, he's been a constant in my life for the last couple of years, and he's become a very, very true friend, and I'm going to miss him a lot.
Well, stop. We'll let you go, man. But I want you to know we love you too. The community loves you. You've been such a big part of it, specifically the last 2 years that I've gotten to know you, and popping in and out of the SFB Podathon with us. You've helped to make that part of what it is, and we're all here for you at any time. You know that, the same way James was. You can hit up any of us at any time. If anybody knows about the mental health stuff and knows what it's like to speak to other people, it's me. So you need me at any time. I'm always there, man. And much love to you, and enjoy the rest of the day, pal.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys supporting James. I appreciate you guys supporting his family and doing this. And James, I guess this is goodbye for now.
Okay. Not forever, my
bye,
friend.
guys.
All right. Gabe, you're gonna have to follow that up, my friend.
Yeah. Yikes, right? What's up, guys? Hi. I don't know how to follow it really.
Can I make a 2-minute intermediate while you think of how to follow it up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Something Stompy said about him regretting his hiatus and not talking to James for the last month. By the way, the name of Not Dynasty Frank is Jason Osterreicher. He was a 51-year-old guy, and he died 2 weeks ago. But Dave Cherney died earlier this summer. In early June, and some of you might know him, some of you might not. He had been in the industry and helped out behind the scenes, and did some article writing for a long time. And he died in early June, and I was super busy at that time. And he sent me a DM like the week before or 2 weeks before, something I don't remember. Wondering if there was a beef between us or anything, because we hadn't talked in like a couple of years. And there wasn't at all. And I forgot to reply to him. And then 2 weeks later, he was dead. And I could not reply to him and could not say, hey, buddy, no, there was absolutely nothing. Everything's fine. And I'm living with that at this moment still. So I think that's a pretty good statement from Stompy, and even Ben talking about how he tries to connect with as many people as he can on social media. Like, try to stay in contact with the people that you're in contact with, and try to respond to them, and definitely in a timely manner, because you don't know when a week or two is going to pass, and then that guy's going to be gone, and you're going to live with this regret. And it's just stay in contact with the people you care about, I guess, is where I wanted to go with that.
Yeah, no, I think you conveyed that excellently, Scott. More than ever this year, we've seen so much insane loss with things we never thought we would have been faced with, right? As a world, not even just as a country, not even as a community. The entire world has been affected by crazy things. Gabe, I definitely want to let you speak because I know you're limited on time. I did mention earlier how the open bar on Tuesday night replayed the episode from February when you had James on, and I sat in for an hour in the chat, and it was another amazing way to pay tribute to James that night. A lot of people talking, and the soup conversation came up earlier in the show and where it began. And on that particular episode, you guys were doing a soup draft, which was just so great that John Hogue brought that up earlier. But hi, you got the floor for a little bit, my friend.
Yeah, that J Mike and I had a guest or two kind of ready for the show, and then things kind of fell apart a little bit. And sure, we could have scrambled and jumped into all the multiple DMs that we're in and make a show happen, probably, or just throw it out there because we interact with so many people, especially on that show. But just hit up J Mike and like, what if we just aired, Brain show and we could just kick it and it'd be like a live show again, and people to interact that way. So I don't know, man, that just felt a certain way just watching it in real time, and just some of the things that he said in the show. It was just like, just to see it 6 months later, 7 months later, it was just like, it was just weird. Especially, I mean, he was talking about at the end of the show, he was specifically shouting out J Mike and J Mike's Journal, J Mike's little side podcast that he does, talking about things that aren't necessarily like fantasy football related, but everyone loves to hear J Mike speak, of course, and he's incredibly good with his words too. And so he was just alluding to that a little bit. And if you've listened to that podcast at all, you understand what he was saying. And it just speaks to how he was as a person, man. And it was tough to hear that. And but it was great at the same time. Just I loved watching that. And the draft. It was such a funny way to start out that show, man. And I figured what we could do one. Should we do one? Could we do a draft? Could we flip this a little bit and have some fun? Could we have some a draft, a beer cheese soup draft for James the Brain? Could we do that?
Yeah, sure. Wait, listen.
Yeah.
We absolutely laugh, and we absolutely want to have some fun in memory of James. It doesn't have to all be sad. I mean, he was a fun guy. So yeah, you go ahead, take it. What are you drinking? Are you drinking soup? That looked like a soup can you were drinking out of.
I know, it kind of does, right? Just just my daily soup. No, it's coffee. I don't think I hardly podcast during the day, and on the open bar we typically have at least a cocktail or two. So now this is just straight coffee. It's not even a coffee cocktail. But suggestion for people that do drink coffee cocktails: Liqueur 43. Little dash of that in there, or if you've got like an espresso or something, and you just one Nespresso, 1.5 ounce of Liqueur 43, boom, on ice, it's fire. You will be drinking those all day.
Right,
anyway,
I'll be right back. I got to go shopping.
Everything. Tribute show. You're getting everything.
All right. I know, right? Yeah. you didn't expect this. All right. So Brain picked for his soup. He did beer cheese soup, and there was a whole discussion on that show of like what the heck soup is, and I don't even want to necessarily get into that because this pod is only going for 4 hours, and we just don't have the time. And yeah, y'all have already been going for a couple, so let's keep it with the beer cheese. So he said specifically that was the perfect pairing, right? Beer and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
So give me your best pairing of a quarterback to wide receiver or tight end for this Sunday. Can we go with that, or should we go with a different like food pairing let's just go with a food pairing that you like that goes along with beer and cheese. Okay, so whatever it is, that's your vibe, like chips, salsa, guac and chips, I don't know, whatever it is. Give me your pairing like James would with beer and cheese. And because in open bar style, you would have to compare it to a NFL situation of quarterback to receiving, tight end or wide receiver or even running back, I guess, for the season. Okay, so your perfect pairing, and then a player pair as well. Can we do that? Can we handle that?
I'm gonna go. Rush, you want to go first? I had one.
If you want to go 101, that's fine. I'll take 102 then. I got one.
I don't know if this is going to register for a lot of people as the 101. I remember when I was on the open bar and we had to do this, I was like, oh my God, it was candy. I think it was candy to take to the movies at the time. If I remember.
Eat your dots and get it over with.
It was dots. For me, and this has been since I'm a little kid, even before I could really drink, I always loved onion dip. And it's got to be onion dip with pretzels, not with potato chips. Pretzels dipped in onion dip. And whenever I drink now, I still do the same thing. And onion dip could sit out for a while and it starts to not look so good. I would still go back and dip into it. Even when the onions start it's no longer creamy and it's kind of getting thick and the onions are starting to surface inside the mix. And you're just like, oh, I should not go back to that. That's not good. But I got a good, young, healthy pretzel right here who's been ignored to dip in an onion dip. And I'm going to say that Nick Mullins and Jordan Reed this weekend. Jordan Reed is the onion dip that's been sitting around and drying out. Nobody wants to go back to it. But, oh, my God, he got it and scored 2 touchdowns last week. He's not on the field a lot. But when he gets on the field, they're feeding him targets. So I'm going to take that Nick Mullins pretzel that's been sitting there. It's so nice and fresh and still – I don't want to say hard because Russ is going to look at me weird, but it is hard. And I'm going to dip it right into Jordan Reed onion dip, and I'm going to and I'm going to put that in a lot of DFS lineups this weekend and hopefully make a lot of money.
Sal likes putting nice hard things in his mouth. Just had to say. Okay, so real quick before I get into my 102, it's not necessarily a coffee cocktail, but Jameson makes a cold brew infused whiskey, that with some Baileys, and I have salted caramel Baileys. Those two together, chef's kiss, wonderful. But my combination is going to be pizza and dark beer. Now, and I'm going to equate that to my favorite stack of the season of Matt Ryan and Calvin Ridley. I think everybody kind of likes Matt Ryan coming into the season, so he's the pizza of this. Because A, it's an even year, which means Matt Ryan's going to be good. And B, we know that defense is trash, so they're going to be throwing the ball a lot. And then dark beer, because not everyone's into dark beer. Everyone loves a normal white, regular light beer. Give me a Bud Light or whatever, which gross, but that's what Gardner Minshew likes. So that's what everyone else likes. But Calvin Ridley is my boy, and I'm into the darker the beer, the better. So that is my combination, because I can sit with a pizza and dark. I will be insanely and disgustingly bloated and have a ridiculous stomach ache after I eat it and drink it, but I will greatly enjoy every second of it, just like I greatly enjoy every point I get from my Matt Ryan and Calvin Ridley stack.
Perfect. Yeah. I was wildly wrong on Calvin Ridley so far. That's for sure. And he might be the wide receiver 1 this season. There is no other beer. Sorry, Julio.
Eisenberg called that. Man, I was on a show with Jamie Eisenberg before the season, and he said he had Calvin Ridley leading the NFL in touchdowns.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's one hell of a call.
Yeah, that one was probably what plus 1,000 or so.
I don't remember what it was, but there was a betting guy on the show too, and it was a hell of a bet.
Yeah. All right. Well, Scott, you started speaking up. Sounded like you might have something on your mind, pairing on your mind, huh?
I don't have a pairing on my mind. I thought about it. I'm like, well, if it's gonna be a pairing and it's gonna be me, you'd think I would go whiskey, but I drink my whiskey straight with nothing. I'm usually not eating. I'm drinking my whiskey straight.
So you don't need to make it a pairing. You have one player that is just so good on its own.
Exactly.
It doesn't.
If I am doing a pairing, though, I think
that just shows that Scott doesn't weasel his way out of things nearly enough. Because right away, I'm just like, okay, no, I can work this out.
Let's figure this out. My pairing is this one player. I don't know,
Scott, if you need time to think.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a player pairing, but a food pairing in honor of James, I guess. A good sourdough bread with a nice cream cheese butter, or a nice sourdough bread with a nice Tillamook cheddar, like a really sharp, extra sharp Tillamook cheddar. That's tough to beat for me. That's really tough to beat for me.
Okay.
Let me think of a player. So you can go to your. You can go to yours
That's a-
while I think of a player for that.
I wanted to make sure I lived
Yeah.
up to my dip. I got a nice Stone IPA here. I'm going to drink in honor of James today. So
All right.
back to the draft.
Yeah. Well, Russ, where is it? Where is your dark beer and pizza?
I'll be
Let's
right back.
go.
Wait, real quick before we keep going on, I have to see if I can actually do this. The reason I was quiet for like half an hour. Oh, I think Sal, too. You need to let me share the screen for a second. ffpodshirts.storenvy.com. Go get your Sal 1 and Sal 2 shirt. That will also be added to the donation for James's family.
I already got mine in the cart, ready to go.
That's unbelievable. I mean, I never looked so good. And I got hair, which is amazing.
I knew you'd like that.
Now you could. I'm glad Scott moved to the other side of the screen so you could tell us apart now because we showed up the same hair today. Back to Gabe.
Back to Scott. Give me your NFL analogy there for a pairing this Sunday in comparison to what was yours already?
Let's go with the sourdough and sourdough bread and a nice Tillamook cheddar, which they're both. I love them both awesomely on their own, but I'll take them together as well. Let's go with Austin Eckler and Josh Kelly this weekend against Carolina, who they should torch, and both of them should be awesome.
Perfect. I didn't even think about the pairing of a backfield. I like that.
I didn't either until I thought about how much I love each of those things, like on their own or together. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? I love both those running backs. Let's just do that.
Yeah, Kelly is looking to be quite the ad in the later rounds. All right, Ben. First of all, nice to meet you, man. Sorry. Hey.
I'm you missed me by a year because I had my hair down to here with a man bun a year ago. I donated 12 inches off.
Hey, nice. Well, I'm just carrying on the tradition. That's all.
I've never had the opportunity to donate 12 inches anyway. It's awesome.
So many things.
So many things. Pause. All right, Ben. What's your pairing? What's your NFL pairing? What do you got?
So I got, and I'm going to be a little bit of a homer here, but I got something for at least for this week that is going to go very lower owned because so far it just has not been there. Just like 5 or 10% of people at a party would probably ever dig into, but homemade garlic hummus and fresh pita pairing together like Carson Wentz and Deshaun Jackson will this week because there are no other options and it's a back game. And they're both going to be like 5 or 6% owned in DFS. And again, I'm being a little bit of a hometown homer, but Rager's out, Alshon's still not back. J-Jaw is a total bust at this point. And that's my pairing. I just have a sweet spot for anything Greek or Middle Eastern food.
That was very specific. Some might even say bougie.
Ooh, that is. If you just took away the word homemade, it would be a little more for the masses. But I automatically just feel bad about myself.
Gotta add more adjectives.
Well, because that's the whole thing. If I would have said, like Sabra hummus or whatever, like no, that's Sabra hummus is. The Carson Wentz of weeks 1 and 2. The homemade hummus is the 2017 Carson Wentz. So
there you go.
There's my analogy. You won't find anything like it.
Oh, J-Jaw.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And Rager. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. I didn't follow the shirt or if you're Sal 1 or Sal 2, but I know that you were at least Sal the Pal. Do you have a food pairing or some sort of drink pairing and a NFL pairing? I guess Minshew already played. Alex Smith might play, but likely won't. Could. So those two might be out of the running for you.
All right, so before I get to my pairing, I haven't talked in like 3 hours on this podcast, so I just want to say hi, Scott. Hi, Ben. Hi, Gabe. Thank you for coming on.
I like to dominate all the Sal talk. I apologize.
See, that's why you got the the gift of gab. I got the gift of looks. It's a perfect combination. So I don't drink, so I'm gonna stick with a dip chip combo. Many people might not know this about me, but I am willing to try a lot of things when it comes to food. Just because if I don't know what it tastes like, I might not know if I like it or not. And for that, I'm gonna go with baba ganoush dip because I love eggplant. And Ben was talking about his love of homemade hummus, and I'm a big eggplant guy. I didn't know I liked eggplant until I started eating eggplant and trying out the baba ganoush dip. So something that people might not think that they like at first, but have come around to would be Josh Allen at quarterback. And to pair with my baba ganoush dip, I have to have the perfect cracker to that. So I like to go out and buy pumpernickel bread from my bakery, put it in the toaster, make it crispy, cut up into my own crackers. And because Josh Allen needs such a perfect complement to make him work, I'm going to go Stephon Diggs. So it's the Allen Diggs combo.
Surprisingly really good this year too. I mean, maybe not to a surprise to some, not you, Sal, at least. You've been on that baba ganoush for a minute, it sounds like.
Anytime we can work baba ganoush into a podcast, I'm up.
Can we just go around the table so we could all say the word baba ganoush?
I think we need to.
Baba ganoush.
A baba ganoush.
Listen, I'm going to add in Mark Grimaldi here. Say baba ganoush for us one time, will you? Can you hear me, bud? Matthew Giraldi. Did I say your name wrong?
You called him Mark. Come on. I thought you were the host of this thing.
We got a few M's.
So good up now.
Bring in J Mike.
Matthew, you having a little trouble with the connection? Oh, I think he is.
We'll take that as a yes.
I think he's just pissed off you called him Mark.
Yeah.
I went to school with a kid named Mark.
So you say.
Same last name. I went to school with a kid named Mark growing up. So
we've all met a guy named Mark before, so yeah, we get it.
Same last name, Russ. Listen, I gotta say, we'll give Matthew a chance to work out his technical issues. I gotta say, I'm impressed with everybody for coming up quickly with their food and their matches, and I think in true open bar fashion, the matches really went well with the food.
Yeah, I think we crushed it.
But we are professionals.
Yeah.
Let me see if he's ready now. Hold on. Matthew, how are we doing now?
Now we got it.
Oh, they're mad at me. I accidentally called you Mark. I'll own up to it. I went to school with a Mark with the same last name as you growing up. So,
funnily enough, there's a coworker that I work with that the entire time that I've been working with her, she thinks that my name is Mark. And I've now gotten to this point where almost a year in with her, I don't know if I can break it to her that my name is actually Matt.
Is anybody else a Parks and Rec fan?
You
he's
have to
Jerry?
embrace it now. Yeah, exactly.
I'm now Jerry.
Yep. Jerry Aldi. I'm a teacher. I have a student. I won't say the name, obviously, but has two last names. Or like first name is the last name. Last name is obviously a last name. But this whole year we've been remote, and it's been a different interaction with the students. I've been calling this student by the last name the entire time because I didn't even think about the lineup in Zoom that it's like straight up first name, last name. I'm used to seeing them switched on a roster in school. So I've been literally calling this student by their last name the whole time.
He just thinks you're cool with them.
Yeah. All the kids call them by last names, right? Yeah.
Mother wants to know what the hell your problem is. She walks past that Zoom. What is wrong with this teacher? Call the boy by his first name. Well, nobody told you to name him a last name, woman.
True.
So Matthew is joining us, and Brian Haar, of course, who Russ knows all too well, is joining as well. Matt, we'll let you take the floor real quick first. We'll get back to talking about James a little bit here because that's who we are honoring today. And I appreciate Gabe's levity in the middle to break that up some and let us laugh some. But you have any words you want to say about James?
Honestly, I just want to thank everybody here and across the internet and community and everything. I mean, like what everybody's done for him. I mean, it really is incredible to see. I mean, I'll watch your Fishbowl Potathon. Obviously, there's a lot of charitable work. I met James through a charity league that I believe was it started by other Sal and Bobby Coat, Wrecked Fantasy, and so that's where I first got to meet James, at least through like personal interactions, and then just kind of seeing the work that everybody is doing here, for the greater good. Because I mean, it's toxic out there on the Twitter streets, and seeing stuff like this with what you guys are doing, with what Scott Fish does. I mean, it really is kind of cool to see people come together and kind of do good things for people. I know we tweet at athletes and say the most vitriol things towards them, but don't do that also. But it really is like cool to see, and I'm just glad that you guys are able to do this kind of thing and raise the money that you guys are raising for it.
Well, we're happy you joined us. Yeah, we've spoken so much about the community today. We've touched on so many of these great things. And I got to say, we're in 2 hours and 21 minutes right now. Real quick, before we go any further, because we have two more guys in standby. Gabe, do you have to sign off?
I'm nearing the point of being yelled at.
Okay.
We have something. I can hear my fiance's echoes.
Yep.
All right. So, Gabe, why don't you sign off first, and then you give your parting shot, and then Ben will let you give a parting shot.
Sure. Real quick, because I did want to get in my food take, I suppose, my pairing, and for what this Sunday is. And I'm thinking we're heading out to middle of nowhere to sit by a campfire, hang out, whatever. Similar to that of what Har was doing there a few weeks ago. We're going to be having some s'mores. All right. What's better than, I don't know if that's a pairing necessarily, because it's not two things, but it's a few things. And those few things that are all successful within each other are the Cowboys wide receivers. All right. It might be a real thing that we have 3 top 24 wide receivers. Come on, Dak. That's been fun to watch, though. Just cool to see that offense just light it up. So, yeah, there's that. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Fantasy Football. Thank you, Twitter, just for making this kind of stuff happen. We wouldn't we're here for unfortunate reasons, obviously, but that is also why we're here. I wouldn't have it any other way except for Brain to still be around with us. So rest in paradise to our friend. Beer, cheese, soup forever. We will live on that for eternity, my friend. But yeah, thank you all. I'm sure it sounds like J Mike might be stopping by the other half of the open bar, so he'll have some better words to say than myself. But love you, James. Love you, Twitter. Love you guys. Thank you for inviting me to this. So,
all right, Gabe.
Thanks, Gabe.
J Mike is actually clicking right now. He's in the bottom, waiting to be clicked in. Thank you, my brother. I spoke earlier about getting to meet Russ in person. You are another person in the community I got to meet in person when you came to visit New York. We had a great hang. Got to give you a nice big hug, man. It was a great time, and always appreciative of you and what you do. And much love to you and your beautiful wife, who I also met that day, and then she was pregnant not too long after that. I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying it was nice to meet her. Go in peace, my brother. We'll speak to you soon.
Oh no, I gotta go.
All right, Ben, you're next up, my friend.
No, I don't have too much. Just I love what you guys are doing, and I appreciate you having me on. And anyone watching, we have the 2 different subscriptions as part of a prize for this fundraiser. So great cause, great community, and you guys are amazing for going at it for 2.5 hours now, continuing for another hour and a half. So Yeah, appreciate you all. Only spoke to some of you for the first time today, so looking forward to talking to you guys more on Twitter. And yeah, that's all I got. I appreciate everything that you guys do.
After speaking to you today, I think the rest of the guys should be nervous because you handle yourself very well on the podcast and live. And those
so full time I do, my 80-hour-a-week job is doing all this stuff behind the scenes. But I taught middle and high school for 4 years, and I've been teaching college for 5 years. So the performance art of speaking comes slightly natural, although it's better. I much more enjoy this than talking to 12, 13, and 14-year-olds in front of the class. And
well, that's not that much different than talking to Barrett.
Except I would get in trouble if I let a curse slip or something like that. Yeah, but thanks so much, guys. Keep doing what you're doing, and I look forward to talking to all you guys much more.
Very cool. And I'm going to throw up on the screen right now as you leave. I'm going to throw up all the prizes, which includes what you guys are going to be donating. We'll speak to you soon.
All right.
We spoke earlier, and I want to remind everyone it's been a little while since we did get, as you see up on the screen, a lot of these great gifts donated by people around the fantasy community and industry. As a way to entice you to donate to the family, you see the PayPal link right at the top here. It's also been running at the bottom of the screen for the whole show. Absolutely donate. You shouldn't need a reason to donate, but as little as $5 will get you in the running for one of these gifts that my good friend Sal Stefanali went out and got people to donate. So also I want to remind you that the shirts are for sale and 100% of all proceeds will go to James's family as well. That is Russ Fisher who put these together, and that is ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. That is also at the bottom of the screen. Scrolling throughout, you could get one with James's face on it. You could get one that just says the Brainiacs. And again, get one. Let me see those posted up on Twitter in the coming weeks, and just help out the family as much as you can. And that will be that. Guys, we have so many more people jumping in now. Brian Haar and Matthew have been here, and we haven't got to speak to them much. And I'm going to click in a few other people that are in the background here. That is Mr. J. Mike and Mr. Ethan Turner are joining us now. So, Brian, you've been up on a screen and on mute for a while, so we'll let you speak first, but I just didn't want these guys to sit in the background too much longer. Let's get back, since you guys are here now. In the first hour, we did so much discussion about James. Let's get back to that a little bit with you guys here, and just give us some words on James, Brian.
Yeah, so I want to apologize in advance here a little bit. I'm not sure if everybody's been able to hold their stuff together today. I'm probably not going to be able to, just from the standpoint of I've been away. I've been actually away this last week on a family vacation. Finally, 2020 has sucked, including this, obviously. But I haven't had the time necessarily to process everything, I guess. So I'm kind of just getting back into, I just got home late last night, wake up this morning, got a few things done, and then jumping in here. So if I break down, I apologize in advance to everybody out there. I miss James a lot. He was one of the nicest guys. And I was one of the ones that's very fortunate to be able to spend a lot of time talking with James, and not just about football. His analysis was awesome. He was an extremely intelligent person. I know I heard Sam say that earlier, and I would agree with that 100%. Extremely intelligent person. He had a way of presenting information that just was. It was. I was never in a conversation with James about football where he made me feel stupid. If anything, he made me feel kind of like empowered almost, in the sense of like, he would, even if he didn't agree with what you were saying, and which for me and James happened quite a bit. He made me feel like I was like I was making him think to the contrary, and he appreciated it. And I think that speaks to the type of person James was, even when he totally agreed with my takes. I never felt like he was he was just very good about how he talked to people. He was careful. He was calculated with his words. And he was an encourager. I know, J Mike, every time I see you, that's the word that just, it's like flashes in the background in people. And I think James did that in the football community and just in general as a person. He was a great guy. He just was an outstanding. I know we're all going to miss him. I'm going to miss him personally tremendously. This is a huge loss.
Yeah, Brian, and some people have said it in the chat, and we spoke about it earlier. There's no reason to apologize, man. Emotions need to be, let go. You need to let them be free and get them out. And we spoke specifically. Russ brought it up, and I second it. You gotta cry, man, because if you hold it in, that's what leads to depression and problems, and will eventually lead to mental health issues. Man, if you don't allow yourself to grieve and allow yourself to feel, you're hurting yourself, and James wouldn't want that, right? So cry, because crying is healing. Crying is that pain leaving the body, so to speak. And we've all cried here at different points today. Some of us maybe have hit it a little bit better, but yeah, man, it's good, man. Those are amazing words. And when my pal Sal, not just Sal the pal, but my pal Sal reached out to me about doing this. First of all, I was honored that he thought of me to do it. I was honored that he felt like I could to lead this, and I've spoken to James in 3 years in a row on a podathon. He was one of the first people to reach out in 2018 to be a part of that, and he was always there to give and try to give back to other people. And I didn't have to think twice about wanting to be a part of something that gives to him and gives to his family, and that's why we're all here. And so I'm going to open up to J Mike next. Ethan, I got you there, my friend. You'll be coming soon. But J Mike, what do you say, my friend?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see y'all's faces. Good to be with you all, and obviously the occasion notwithstanding. But this is obviously this is really cool. Major shout out to you all for putting this together. And when I think of the life of James, when I think of kind of what James was about, one of the really cool things, and Har highlighted it, is that James, not only was he really good with in terms of analysis, not only was he very talented in that arena, talented podcaster, had a very great way of articulating his points. And while he could be stubborn in some instances, he was also incredibly cool. He was understanding, and he had a gentleness about him in the way that he went about even disagreeing with someone. He wasn't so bullheaded or so strong-willed that he couldn't hear other sides of arguments and that he couldn't have his mind be changed. He was always open to change. And that was one of the really unique things about him, because there's a lot of folks that'll be out here and they might be stubborn to the point of just not wanting to hear what other people had to say. But James was always very open-minded and always incredibly super cool in the DMs. Just a guy who would be willing to hear you out, chop it up with you about other randomness. Last time that we had him on the podcast on the open bar, Gabe shouted it out. Beer, cheese, soup, and a bread bowl. And I was like, bruh, what are you talking about? If that is not Wisconsin, I don't know what is. Like that sounds 100% Wisconsin. But man, an absolute pleasure to be around, an absolute pleasure to chop it up with, and someone who will certainly be missed. And I've thought a lot in the last week about his family and about those that he directly leaves behind, and obviously even his podcast family of the folks at the Superflex Super Show. And heart has been heavy, and yeah, this is a wild time, but man, what a really cool celebration of life that we get to have right now, and the impact that he's had on us in a very short amount of time. So I'm grateful to have known him, grateful to be able to call him a friend and someone that I very much look to as an encourager and positive force in the community. So I'm grateful for the time and that we did get to have.
Yeah, and you touched on his family, who we don't know personally, but we do know his podcasting family. And John and Sam Stompy, they joined us for the better part of the first hour and a half of this show, if not even longer. And seeing how it affected them, and seeing how relationships are made through this community and how it's left them, a little empty. This is a real thing. It's I can't remember who said it earlier. It might have been Russ who said, "How do you explain us to your friends and your family? How do you explain this group to other people without seeming like okay, you're friends with them online. You speak to them through Twitter, and Russ he cried on Monday when he saw that, and he said to his wife, "One of my football friends died," and that's real, man. These are real friendships. It is 2020, like Scott said when he came on. It's a different way of communicating now. And in this year of all years where almost everything has gone to online communication, you just value these relationships as much as you value relationships with people you see physically every day. And just amazing words said by everyone. Ethan, I'm going to have you unmic yourself so we can bring you in and let you say some words as well. But what do you got to say about our good friend James?
Yeah, man, this is tough. I'll be honest. I went through the whole week just kind of sad because I felt like I wanted to tell everyone in my daily, going through life about my friend that I lost. And then when I tried to explain to them, no, we've done this podcast together, they're like, okay, I don't get it. It's like, no, you don't understand. We did a podcast together every week for the last 2 years. This is someone that I talked to for hours a week for 2 years. I don't talk to most of my best friends in real life for hours a week for 2 years.
Some weeks I don't
just
talk
the,
to my
the sheer,
wife
they
that
don't.
long.
No way to-
That's
yeah,
a fact.
once you hit adulthood, you don't get to go hang out with your bros like you were when you were in college, where you were seeing them every day. These are your bros. You guys are my bros. My friends, I'm at that age. I'm young, so I'm 26. I just started, last year I finished school finally. I do have a doctorate, so that was a lot of time. So I felt like I just hit adulthood, and sadly, this is part of adulthood is losing people you care about, and that sucks. Honestly, whoa, fucking through my mic or that sucks, man. This sucks. And trying to just explain what that relationship was like to people that don't really get it. They're like, oh, cool, you do a podcast. That's cool. It's no, man. Yeah, we talk about football, but some of my best friend conversations were me and James arguing about superheroes, or me and James talking about our love of wrestling, which is, we don't talk about wrestling to my normal friends. They don't care that I care about wrestling, but James liked wrestling. I like wrestling. That's something we bonded over every week. And so it's so hard to think about losing your friend that you never met in person. I wish I could have met James in person, but I still feel like I knew him very well. I'm feeling for his family because those are the people that he was the closest with. But I also feel for a community that loses, we called him the brain for a reason. Brian brought this up. A bunch of people have said it. James was super bright, very intelligent dude, very articulate with the way he talked. I always joked that we were kind of a yin yang on our podcast. I'm very loud and obnoxious, and James was always very quiet, put together, very calm. And Brian said it beautifully. He had a way of disagreeing with people without making them feel like they were an idiot or feel like that he thought lesser of them because he didn't agree with their opinion. And that is a skill I think everyone can take a step back and really learn from, because too often we get into this back and forth with fantasy that it's if somebody doesn't agree with what you said, that makes them less intelligent. And that doesn't have to be how we go about this. This can be an intelligent conversation between two people, even that disagree. And I'm going to miss that part of James a lot, because you don't see it enough. Like we are not civil, like our country in general is just not civil enough with other people that disagree with us. And I mean, that is the thing I'm going to miss a ton. And I'm just going to miss James as a human. Like he was just a really good dude. And that sucks. But you know, this is how real life works. I mean, we lose people and it sucks. And I'm sure everyone in this chat, everyone on the video right now has lost people, and that sucks. And there's not really much else you can say about it. Like it sucks to be in this situation. I feel for his family. I feel for everyone who knew him, but James would have wanted us to keep having intelligent conversations with each other. James wanted us to keep talking about fantasy football. Yep. James probably would have wanted us to keep discussing if Batman was a superhero, which is James. Yes. I love you, brother. I can't wait. One day we'll argue about this together again. Batman's a superhero, dude.
Yes.
I was waiting for all the nice stuff to be said after you brought that up.
Yes. As soon as you did it, it takes me right back to our random conversations where he would slight Batman all the time, and I'm like, dude, I'm going to find you and suplex you, and we are going to hug it up afterwards because you keep slandering Batman, and I cannot take it any longer, James.
And he was.
I told him I would kick him.
Like argue with him because
I told him I would kick him in the face with my Batman tattoo.
Yeah, exactly.
He would be so subtle. He's just like, yeah, and Batman's not a superhero, and then we'd like quit the pod and be like, you can't do it like that. That is not cool, bro. Like, Batman is a superhero.
Real quick, we'll get back to the Batman conversation. Is my favorite superhero also. What Kyle Senra had said, and I put it up there, I was thinking the exact same thing, is one of the things we can do when we do lose someone and we look back on their life and what they did to touch us and make the world a better place, as you pointed out, Ethan, if we could take some of what that is about change, not trying to make people feel beneath them or dumb or inadequate because you don't have the same opinion as someone, and just being more open to understanding people's feelings on things and just being more accepting, that maybe that's what his goal was here in life. Maybe he served that purpose, and we can make it feel like he did serve a purpose. So I mean, those are great words.
Well, and just to let the community know too, and I know this has probably been spoken to already today, but this community meant a ton to James. He loved being a part of the fantasy football community, and he loved fantasy football just in general. He loved playing the game. I mean, one of my last conversations with James was through Voxer, where our conversation, he presented a question to John Hogue and I about how would I feel. So Steelers played the Giants week 1. Saquon Barkley, everybody who knows me knows how big of a Saquon fan I am. I'm also a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And he's asking me like, hey, so what happens if Barkley's like at the 3 and the Giants are going in, but the Steelers are going to lose the game? Like, what are you doing there? What do you want to have happen in that scenario? Right. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm going to want them to stop him because, I want Pittsburgh to win the game, and James's response after we had half an hour worth of conversation back and forth, and his response was, I want Barkley to score all day if he's on my fantasy rosters, because I feel like I put the work in to build these rosters, and yes, I know there's luck involved, and yes, I know, but he just loves the game and loved the game of fantasy football. He just loved playing it, and any time that he could talk about it or create a new league or be a part of a draft or be on a podcast, he craved that and he loved it. So I just wanted to say that too, that I think it's important that we all know that he really loved this, and he loved doing this. He loved being a part of the community, and he loved playing this game.
Well, what I could say to you, Brian, so you're a Steelers fan, I guess that's what you're saying. You guys win. Nobody has more Super Bowl than the Steelers. But for James and myself, I'm a Raiders fan. We haven't won since the 80s. we became such big fantasy football players or fans because our teams suck. Right? So yes, the only winning we get every year is when our fantasy team is successful. So I'm actually very torn because the Raiders shocked the shit out of me and beat New Orleans on Monday night. I never expected it. I expected to be 1-1. But oh my God, I know we're not going to challenge the Chiefs for the division, but they look pretty decent. They look good-ish, right? J. Michael appreciate the ish on that. But I love Cam Newton, right? And I love the revitalization that Cam Newton is having in New England. I love the fact that he's sticking it down the throats of all those teams that passed on him. And somebody reached out to me and said, how do you feel about this week with Cam going against the Raiders? And for the first time in a long time, I was like, I want the Raiders to win. It doesn't matter to me what Cam Newton does. It does because I have him in places where it's really important. But I'll just be like, yay. I won't get too crazy. But man, it's such a fine line sometimes between fantasy and reality when it comes to football. But yeah, I think I'm with him. I want my player to score. That way my process looks like the right process.
No, what you got to hope for is, look, Cam can score 5 touchdowns as long as the Raiders score 5 touchdowns at a field goal.
If 3 of those could come at least from Josh Jacobs, then a lot of my leagues are going to be looking pretty good.
And speaking of your teams, at least for James, one of the sweet things that he did get to see before he left was the last Battle of Ohio that he ever got to view. The Browns kicked the crap out of the Bengals, so I would imagine that would that's something that I'm sure that was pretty sweet to be able to look back on, and for as crappy of a first week that they had, for them to bounce back in such a fashion was really cool. I've thought about that a lot the last week, just like, man, that's cool.
And we spoke about earlier that he was such a big Jonathan Taylor fan, that Jonathan Taylor paid respects on Sunday by having that big blow-up game in James's honor.
Yeah, real quick, sorry, but I got to get going because I hear a tantrum happening above me of a 5-year-old girl who's not getting her way. But I want to pimp out one last time, ffpodshirts.storenv.com. There is a collection for James the Brain where there are 2 t-shirts there you go, they're on the screen right now, and a sticker because I am me and I needed a sticker for my laptop, so I created it for everyone. And if you've been around since the beginning of this podathon, we had the Sal 1 and Sal 2 conversation, so I pasted their faces onto Thing 1 and Thing 2 and wrote Sal instead of Thing, so that shirt's up there. All money will go to the Koutoulas family. And I did price these shirts at $24 for Nick Chubb because I made the joke with John Hogue before. I just thought $28 for Jonathan Taylor would be a little too much money, but that but thank you everyone who has. I know I was about to say I threw up those shirts right away, but honestly, like I talked to John Hogue and I wanted to make sure that it was something his family would have wanted, really, pretty much, just because I'm not going to throw his face and his name on things if they didn't want it to happen. But like right away, anything I could have done, I was willing and ready to do, and love the fact that the Sals threw this together real fast. And it's awesome to see everyone in the comments, everyone who's jumped on, just show their love for this guy who is will always be in our minds an amazing person. And like we've been saying for the past 20 minutes, a way we should be living our lives the way he did. So in respects of letting all you know how I feel, I love all of you on the screen. I love all of you in the comments. I love all of you listening. And I mean that in the most sincerest words possible. You are my family. And I'm going to go cry, but not on camera. So,
all right, Russ, thank you, bud.
Thanks,
bye, everybody.
Love you, Russ.
Being here and helping us get through this, man. Be good. Love you, man.
Love you.
Guys, also, Scott Fish, he had to click out. His family had come home, and I didn't get a chance to let him say his parting words. But I understand we all have families, and we have to tend to, and we are all lucky enough to be able to tend to them today. So, cherish those moments, cherish those families, cherish the time you have here on Earth. It's crazy how fast things come at you sometimes. This is not something any of us 2 weeks ago or even 8 days ago would have thought we'd be doing for any member of this fantasy community, especially a guy a young age of 39 years old. But I want to remind everybody that we do have those T-shirts for sale. I will put the banner. I'm not the best at doing the graphics all the time. This scrolling banner at the bottom where it has the PayPal where you can donate to James's family. Also, the link to where you can find the T-shirts that Russ is selling, and everything and anything was going to go 100% to James's family today. And we have a couple of prizes. I should call them gifts, is what I like to call them, from the fantasy industry for anybody that does donate $5 or more. If you want to get in a running for some of these giveaways here from different members throughout the fantasy community. People stepped up. A lot of people stepped up. And there's a lot of stuff there that will help you to get through your fantasy season and hopefully win some leagues and some money and do it in the name of James. And yeah, that's it, guys. I want to thank everybody who's here now. I want to thank everybody that's been here throughout. We have about another hour and 10 minutes to go in the show. I know some people are going to be popping in it towards the end of the show. Everybody's trying to get, working around their schedule, which is amazing for people to be here. But thank you all for helping me and Sal Stefanali get through. I know I keep dominating the conversation, Sal, so I apologize. It's just, I was the youngest in a family of 4, and I had to always try to get attention from everybody else. So this is kind of how I do it now. But, whoever wants it, you can have the floor. Say whatever you want to say, fellas.
Well, I just want to thank Brian and Ethan and Matt and J Mike for coming on. I haven't had a chance to welcome you guys to this show. And the whole purpose of this live stream fundraiser is to honor the life of James. And it seems like the best way we've been able to do that is by bringing everybody together to talk about James, which I feel, after hearing what everybody has said about him on this show, is what he would have wanted. He would have wanted everybody to get together, have a good time, have a dumb food draft, talk about bad quarterbacks, share memories of the good times. And it's a testament to the fantasy football community that everybody here and who's been on the show that had to leave wanted to come on here. Like, they wanted to come talk about James. They wanted to share their story, spend a few minutes talking with some friends. And it's been a theme running throughout this show is that, for the most part, none of us have met each other in real life. I know there's been some people who have relationships and have hung out in the past, but I mean, of these 5 people on the screen right now, I haven't met any of you in person. Everyone who has been on the show before, I've never had the pleasure of hanging out with them in real life. Matt was a writer for 2 QBs, and this is the first time we've ever had a chance to talk one-on-one on a stream or a podcast. But it's just like, we're all friends offline. We're all friends on Twitter, but that leads to real life, lifelong friendships, right? Like, I will want to hang out with Sal. I'll want to hang out with J Mike. I'll want to hang out with Brian. I want to hang out with Matt. I want to hang out with Ethan. Even though some of you guys, this is the first time I've ever talked to you. We all have this one common bond that we share, which is football and fantasy football. But then that offshoots to other stuff. Ethan mentioned the comic book and superhero relationship he had with James. Mentioned pro wrestling. Like, I like pro wrestling. I didn't get a chance to talk with James about that, but maybe at some point I would have. And that's just something else we all would have just had in common. And it's great. It's honestly, it's hard for me. I don't talk a lot. I was an only child, so I never really had to talk growing up. And I just sit behind a keyboard and type all day. So words don't come to me right away. But I just wanted to convey how much I appreciate that, how great it is to have these friendships that, even though I'm not going to call you on the phone tonight, I know I can slide into your Twitter DMs and be like, hey, how's it going today? Like, what's been going on? Like, did you see the Roman Reigns beat the crap out of his cousin on SmackDown last night? Those are things we want to talk about and enjoy. And for me, I enjoy talking about that more than I enjoy talking about football and fantasy football. Some people who've known me for a while know, I come and go in this industry. I've taken my hiatuses. I'll come back when I feel like it. But I always know that this community is always there. And that's one of the drawing features of why I do come back, is because I do want to hang out and talk to you guys. And I really hope that we're doing a great job of honoring James's legacy that way, and just talking about him and talking about things he liked and talking with the people he liked to talk to.
Yeah, and I mean, amazing words as always, Sal. Ethan, I know you're a wrestling guy. You said you spoke to him a lot about wrestling. I don't know if you caught the top of the show, but Sal had an amazing idea of doing a 10 bell salute, and that's how he opened the show today in honor of James with the 10 bell salute. And I just that was amazing to me. I mean, I felt that. I felt that as it was happening, and it felt good to be a part of that.
Yeah, James is definitely. It's so strange. You always say, and my parents always told me that when I went to college, that's where I'd meet my friends that were the most like me. But honestly, I feel like the fantasy community is the most like me. I mean, it seems like the more people I meet in the fantasy community, the more people I realize, like, holy crap, there's just a bunch of dudes that think not exactly like me, but they like the same stuff that I like. They want to talk about the same stuff that I like. And James was definitely one of those dudes where we could talk for like 2 hours. We'd finish a show, and everyone knows if you're doing a show with me, we're probably going to talk for about 30 to 45 minutes afterwards.
30 to 45. 30 to 45 minutes. We shut shows down, Ethan.
We have shut shows down. Somebody tried to tell me that, and J Mike, you can attest to this, that someone broke our open bar record. That is not true. I did the research. That attempt was performed on a Friday, and J Mike will tell you, if you tried to do a podcast with me on Friday, we're going all night because I don't have anywhere else to be. So I just want the record out there that Brian and I do still have that record on the open mic on Tuesday, which is the actual time on the open bar. But no, James he's just one of those dudes, man, that like, didn't matter what the topic was. It didn't matter if he loved it or didn't love it. Like, he would engage in a conversation about it. And I love surrounding myself with people that will talk for hours on end like I do. And I'm going to really miss those conversations, man. Like me and Harv, we used to give him so much shit, and he'd just take it and then just give it right back, man. Like, I remember the last pod we did actually wasn't the Superflex show. We were all on the Dynasty Junkies show. And the best part of that show was afterwards.
Yeah.
Where we were all just shooting the shit with Rocky, and James and I went back and forth. Brian can attest. We just threw haymakers at each other for 20 minutes straight. And that was the kind of relationship that we had. You know, I'd hit him and he'd cock back and swing right back at me. Verbal abuse. And I'm going to miss that a lot. You know, I'm definitely going to miss that a lot. And yeah, I can pick on Brian, but man, James just had a way of when he hit you with a stinger, oh my gosh, you were like reeling afterwards. Dude was just low key, really funny and really quick. And, you know, that's going to be something I remember him by a lot. Just the amount of times that he took because I can be brutal on a mic, and he would take it, and it was like a freaking off the rope clothesline to hell. I mean, he would just absolutely eviscerate me. So I don't know, man. It sucks. I've said it a few times now, but it definitely sucks.
Yeah, it doesn't change. It sucks, man. And, we spoke earlier about how we find our people in this community, right? And how do they become our people, and I've podcasted in some way, shape, or form for 5 years now with Kevin and Steve. And we have that relationship too, Ethan, like we have our own private chat where we dog each other on a daily basis, but we understand that it's like a brotherhood. We get it. Nobody gets insulted. I mentioned earlier at the beginning, Kevin and I we definitely had an animosity because it was New York and Boston. So we really had that New York Boston thing. And I was pretty sure we didn't like each other for a while, but I love that guy now. Like, he's one of the most important people to me in my life and what I do here in the fantasy football community. I know that those guys have my back no matter what it is that I'm going to do going forward. So we may not have had that connection with James like you do, but we have those connections with others, so we understand it. Like J Mike to Gabe, like those, they go like wine and cheese on the open bar. You know what I mean? It's like they wouldn't be the same without each other doing that show. And yeah, it beyond sucks because we could talk all we want today. It's going to be remembering, but it's not going to bring him back, right? But we could hopefully continue to let his spirit live on. And it's amazing to hear how he's touched so many people. A lot of people have said what you've said today, that he was just very low-key funny. Like he was a guy who you wouldn't expect it, but boom, it was there. So if you didn't get to enjoy that aspect of him, you're getting to learn about it today.
And very, very genuine. Genuine is a good word to use talking about James and the way he was too. Like he would genuinely tell you how he felt. Whether it was now, again, I spoke earlier to him do that in a manner in which encouraged people and didn't put them, didn't make them feel like crap, which is amazing. But he was just genuine. He would not be afraid to tell you that he disagreed with something or, when we're talking about the Super Show and what we do over there, I mean, James was a leader in that show when it came to ideas for shows, when it came to, just ideas surrounding everything that we do. I mean, James was always willing to say, I don't think that's a great idea. And here's why. He was just a genuine idea or a genuinely good guy, and very authentic. Those are two words I think that need to be synonymous when we're talking about James too. He was genuine and authentic.
And I think that
funny and like Ethan
hilarious.
said.
I think that we can pick those people out in this community. I think that the people who get the most love and we remember the most are the people we know are being authentic. J Mike's one of those guys, man. He's authentic. He puts himself out there. He does a podcast about his life that's completely separate from fantasy football, and I appreciate that. I respect that. So I think we know the guys who are full of shit and the guys who are just real. One thing I want to say real quick before we move on is I just got tagged in this tweet, and that is from Peter Gent, the FF German, and this will just show you how fantasy football goes worldwide. Thank you to all members of the Fast and Furious IDP. We just made our annual charity donation and hope it gives a little help. Now, this is in some crazy European German type of number where they put commas where I think that we have decimal points. But I believe it's about $224, $25. They took their donation and they sent it over to James's family, which is amazing. J Mike, I mentioned earlier about how the Open Bar Charity League, which I'm a part of, that best ball league, we decided this week, I believe it was unanimous, right? To take the money and send it to James's family as opposed to the charities we selected before the season. Not that those charities aren't worthy, but this is one of our own. This is our brother. And when we could help a brother or a sister, first and foremost, and it's that close to the community. I'll retouch on Stabby pointing out earlier about the SFB Abbey team. Bob Gilchrist has been in the chat all day. Bob has become a fast-growing, quick, wonderful member of this community. He just wrote in the chat how it took him forever to get involved in fantasy football Twitter because he was just in awe. But, Bob, if you're a genuine guy like you are and you get involved, we know that, and we accept you as one of our own. They sent $4,000 that they raised on Scott Fishbowl avatars to James's family. John Hogue came on and said that within 24 hours, this community raised $10,000 to send to James's family. That's not change, people. That's a difference. That's making a difference in a family who lost a son, lost a brother, just lost a leader, and didn't know how to give him the proper respects or burial or funeral that he deserved because it comes out of nowhere. So we're making a difference. And that was 24 hours. I'm sure over the last week, we've raised that tremendously. And I hope that today, just talking about things, we've done a little bit more. And people come back and watch this if they missed it today live. If you're watching us on replay, give anything. We've spoken about $1 being more than enough, $5, $10. If you have more, send what you can. Take a league fee. Speak to members of your fantasy football league and ask them, hey, guys, can we take one league entry fee? and send it here. And that's a good motto going forward. Take that 1 league entry fee. That's a Scott Fish thing. Take 1 league entry fee and every year send it somewhere that makes you feel good about yourself. Most of you guys weren't winning money anyway. One guy's going to go away with that money. So take that fee and send it somewhere where it's going to make a difference, guys.
And I would love to continue chopping it up, but as we said before, families and such that we've all got to attend to. I do want to part with this. When we look at our lives, when we look at the things as we get older, I feel like everything starts to go on a scale to some degree, and you have to weigh out, hey, is it worth it? Is this worth it? Is what I'm about to do, is the time that I'm about to take, the energy that I'm going to be investing, the time away from family, the time away from my job, the time away from my hobby or whatever it is it worth it? And one of the things that consistently that I can say that with James always made time for people, and whether it be on podcast or otherwise, just in conversations, he always made you know that you were worth it. He made you feel as though the time that he was spending with you mattered, and that whatever else he was doing, he was going to put that to the side to be able to joke with you, to be able to encourage you, to be able to challenge you, to be able to push you. And that's something that I very much hold dear. So with all that said, I also want to encourage anyone watching, anyone that may hear this, anyone that's here now, man, make your days worth it. We get one shot. You get one shot at each day, one shot at today, whatever it is. What's it? September 26th, 2020. You get one shot at today. What are you going to do with your time? What are you going to do with your energy? What are you going to do with your resources? Are you going to do those things to encourage people, to lift them up, to push them forward, to propel them, to support them? What are you going to do with this time? Because it's it. You get one shot, and you don't get to redo these days. You don't get to have mulligans. This isn't a game to be played, but the day is to be won, and that's how you win it. I had an old coach once upon a time in football. He used to tell us, "Hey, do what's important now. That's how you win. Do what's important now." So I would encourage everyone, again, if you can hear my voice wherever you are, hold people well, hold people close. Those times that you get with people, I will not soon forget this time that we got to celebrate James. And please, man, in the landscape that we're living in, man, you don't know when's what. You don't know when it ends. You don't know when the last time is that you'll be able to chop it up. So on behalf of Gabe, who I know got to chop it up earlier, my brother, and to all of you guys, man, I'm grateful for you all having me. I'm grateful for James, the impact that he's had on my life. Live your life for impact, not for applause, not for anything else. Live your life for impact, to impact and encourage other people, because otherwise you're likely selling yourself short. So you all be encouraged. James, we miss you. We love you. Brainiacs for life. And just again, so grateful. So thank you guys for the time. I love you all. And I can say that without it being flippant. I'm so thankful for you all. Be well, be encouraged. And we'll talk to you all soon.
Thank you, J. Mike. And
Thanks,
buddy,
J. Mike.
we love you. You know that. And thank you for putting it so eloquently as you often do. We will see you on the open bar and interact with you on Twitter as we always have. It's a pleasure to have you in our life, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Be good. All right, guys. Listen, I mean, we're 3 hours and 10 minutes in. That first hour, as a guy who's done three podathons, 24-hour podathon, one of them was 25 hours, so that we could fit Mike right in at the end. That first hour, I was like, boy, I hope we get enough people to show up and we could continue this conversation, because not only does James deserve it, I just wanted to be a part of something special, and I really feel like I have been. We may not get the type of viewership that we've gotten for those podathons. We put this together kind of quickly, but if you are watching this, you've been a part of this, you've donated it. One of the things that I said earlier, if you don't always have a lot of money to give, what you could give of is your time. And if you guys could get this out there, retweet it, take these links, get your friends, your family, people you know, get them involved, man. $5 makes a big difference. $1 makes a big difference. But I appreciate you, Brian, Ethan, for being here. I want to let you guys say anything you have to say. If not, I mean, maybe as a tribute to James, we could do a quick fantasy football breakdown of the Washington football team and the Cleveland Browns this weekend in honor of James, because he was a loyal Browns fan. As I come to find out, that was passed on generationally from his father, as he was not a Cleveland guy. He was born in Chicago and lived in Wisconsin. But what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that's a fun story with his dad and the generational Browns fan. A lot of our conversations and some of those haymakers that Ethan was talking about, for me personally, we're both Steelers fans here, so we had some interesting conversations with James, and James would get pretty fired up at times about his Brownies, and he'd give it to us any chance he could. I know he was really excited about what they'd been doing over the last couple of years. So someone said it here since I've been on, but it was J Mike. Just it's wonderful that he was able to see them win there Thursday night. Pretty dominant against Cincinnati. So I don't know. I mean, as far as the game goes, I mean, I think Cleveland. I mean, they looked a lot better this past Thursday night than they did in week one, certainly. I think when Baker Mayfield has time to throw the ball, he's not a bad quarterback. I don't know this week. They'll probably it'll be an interesting game. I don't really know what to expect. Perspective wise, I'm starting Terry McLaurin everywhere I can, for sure. I mean, that's the player that sticks out to me in this game. On the Brown side, I mean, if they can get that run game going, I think that helps everything. Obviously, from a line perspective, Baker's perspective. So yeah, we'll just have to see kind of how it goes. They better get those wins before they meet Pittsburgh, though. James would appreciate that.
Well, I was going to say, as an ode to James, we could all root for our team this year and then make the Browns our second team. Now, the Steeler fans cannot do that. I get it. I understand that. As a Raider fan, I could not do that with the Broncos or the Chiefs, or the Chargers for that matter. Not that the Chargers ever really make a good late season run. But yeah, for those of us not in that bitter rivalry, it would be great if we could see the Browns make a hell of a run this year. They have the talent on that roster. Whether or not they put it together the right way to make a run this year, that's anybody's guess. But man, I mean, they have a double-headed running back. It's the best running back tandem. It's the best in the league. There's no 1-2 punch better than Chubb and Hunt. Those are number one guys anywhere on their own. They have a guy who, if he just took his head completely out of his ass, and Odell Beckham Jr., who could be the best wide receiver. He's got nothing but pure talent. They got another guy, Landry, who could be a one on any team. They have good guys at tight end. They lost Njoku, unfortunately, but they're loaded on offense, and they have quite possibly the best defensive player in the league on defense when he keeps himself under calm time. So it's not out of the realm to think that this team could just, with an angel up top, maybe looking down, pulling the strings like a marionette, maybe we can see something strange go on here. Ethan, what do you think?
I mean, I think that there's definitely the talents there for sure for the Browns. I think it is hard, and we're seeing this a lot with a lot of teams around the league. It is hard when you get into a culture of losing to turn it around. Doesn't matter what players you put on the team. For whatever reason, teams that lose tend to keep losing. And I hope that this game last Thursday, it was the starting point for Browns to be more competitive, because I would argue that this division is one of the most competitive divisions in football, with the Ravens and the Steelers both going to get theirs. I want the Browns to reach their potential, just because I think it makes football better. They have players that I like to root for, individual players. I like OBJ. I like Jarvis Landry. I like Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. I like Baker Mayfield. And so when that offense is clicking, it is fun to watch. And I ultimately just like it when teams score points. Like I play fantasy football because I get a rush from watching teams play well and put points up on the board. I'm a Steelers fan, but I've always said that I'm a fantasy fan too. And so when you're in as many leagues as I'm in now, every game matters. Every game is important. Every game is going to affect your fantasy matchups week to week. And so, I think that is how James approached the game too. Yes, he was a Browns fan, and he would argue to the Dickens that they were going to be better than the Steelers every year, and every year we'd crush them. But or they'd try to crush our quarterback's head with a helmet. It's fine either way. But I think that James also recognized that, like, even when your team is bad, the best part about fantasy football is that your team you root for could be terrible, and you could still have a lot of fun watching them play because you're invested from the fantasy side of things. And so, that is something that, it didn't matter how much crap we gave James about the Browns. He was still a Browns fan, and he was still just happy to be talking about football. And I think that sometimes we get so wrapped up in sports, if you're going to talk crap about my team, then I'm just going to be all upset about it. And it's like, no, man, that's not how it has to be. Like, we can give you crap about your team and you can still have fun because at least we're talking about football. I think that of course, as much as I would love to just gloat about the Steelers with Brian every week, me and Brian can talk about how great the Steelers are every week together. It was nice to have that opposite fan, that rivalry, just in between your friend group. And so I'm definitely going to miss that too. And of course I can get that with Stompy and the Broncos, but the Broncos aren't good either. And, John Hogue, I don't know if he has a team. I think he really just cares about Aaron Rodgers at this point. But
he's a Broncos fan too, allegedly.
Oh, okay. Well, I couldn't tell. He was too busy talking about Aaron Rodgers. I don't even know if he ever mentioned the Broncos. Maybe if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Broncos, now that could be something.
No.
I think the Superflex show would just blow up at that point.
He will be in Las Vegas first. I've been trying to talk that into existence now for the last few months, ever since they drafted a quarterback in Green Bay. He better be a Las Vegas Raider. Just really good points. Ethan, you brought something up, and let's touch on this because maybe you guys had conversation with him. That game where Garrett tried to slam the helmet off of I can't remember his name.
Mason Rudolph.
Yes, Mason Rudolph. What was James's reaction to that whole situation? How did they try to defend that? Did he try to defend it?
I don't remember. Brian, do you remember?
I don't think he tried to defend the action. Yeah, I don't think he defend the action. I think no, he didn't condone it. I think he probably was like, there was a very small part of him that was kind of like, take that, Steelers fans, people. But no, he didn't condone
it. Felt
that.
like, the Steelers just bully the Browns around. So it probably to him felt like when the bully picks on you and picks on you and picks on you, and then finally you punch him in the nose like that. I think that's kind of how he felt inside, but I don't think he condoned how that worked out.
I'm pretty sure too that, that particular game, they beat us pretty good. It was a 2-touchdown win for Cleveland, and they handed it to the Steelers physically, which that doesn't happen often. So I think James was probably more excited about the result of the game, and that his team had played, for that evening, they had played up to their potential, from a personnel perspective. He would have focused on the positive of that, I think, more so than the negativity surrounding the incident with Garrett and Rudolph.
Yeah, so, that sounds like James's personality, right? Not to celebrate something like that, but it's so rare that he gets to celebrate a Browns victory over the Steelers. I'm sure he was overcome.
Yeah, he loved that for sure.
So Scott is just in the chat real quick, and if you're watching, Scott, and you weren't live, he says, I had to pop out when my family got home, but love the people in your lives. While you can, be kind to each other. Hashtag be like Brain. And Scott, I wanted to give you the chance to say goodbye, but I know you had to pop out, and I didn't get a chance because a lot of voices going on here at once. But yeah, be like Brain, and you know what? Be like Scott. Scott's a guy who I've tried to emulate ever since I've come into this community, and I came across him. And a lot of what we're doing here today is in the shadow of what Scott does, just giving back to others, making that first and foremost your priority. And if we could do that through this community, I feel honored and privileged to call Scott a friend. And he's one of the few people whose cell phone numbers I actually have in the fantasy football community. So that's how you know you're friends with somebody, when you get their actual cell number. We got another guy. I think this is going to be the last guy joining us today. And that is from the Beer Fueled Fantasy Football Podcast. That is Mr. Dan. Is it Thury or Theory?
Yep. Yeah.
Both.
Both.
It's Thury. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Yep.
I'm on lunch right now, so I wanted to stop in and just say hi. And I think this is just a great thing that you guys are putting on for James and his family.
Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate you taking the time. I mean, you're at work. You get a short little bit of break for lunch, and you thought it worthy enough of that time to come here to talk about James. So if you got some time, why don't you just tell us about your interactions with James and your feelings on what a great man.
Sure. So I don't have a whole lot of great stories. I wish I did. I've known him, for about 4 years. At least I've known his crew for about 4 years. When we started out our podcast, James, John, and then back when they had Travis on, they're one of the first other podcasts I started listening to and started interacting with. We joined up a crew together. We did a bunch of mock drafts during the 2018 rookie draft class breakdowns and stuff. And the last thing I got to do with John or with James was we made a trade, I think, in a rookie draft about like 3 months ago. And I got Jonathan Taylor because of it. So I know deep down he was probably a little sad by that, but at least I have that memory as my last time I got to actually, talk with him a little bit. So nothing too crazy. But just the countless times that we've had him on in between, us jumping on our shows with him and then vice versa, and then doing stuff with James or with John and Travis. It's shocking because it's such a great community, and losing someone is like losing a family member here. So again, this is such a great thing that you guys are doing.
Well, thanks for coming on, Dan. That's been the running theme for this whole show, just thinking about James, the interactions we've had with him, even if you didn't have that many or it was just strictly about fantasy football, you're always going to remember something about him. And for you get to honor him by having Jonathan Taylor on your roster, which is something he wishes he would have, but he knows someone else who cares about Jonathan Taylor as much as he did gets to enjoy that going forward.
Yeah, I mean, he probably knew. I traded because my team in that league is pretty bad. I blew it up, had a bunch of good draft picks, and I ended up trading the 101 away, which he ended up taking Burrow, and then I got to see JT follow me at the 103. So I was like, all right, I'm like, at then I didn't realize that this was for James, but now it really is. So it's a pretty nice feeling that you can get off of something that just seems so, normalized for us now.
So what you're saying is, in true Superflex fashion, he loved Jonathan Taylor so much, but he got that 101, and he made the right choice, right? Taking Burrow, but it had to be tough because those Jonathan Taylor truthers, who, by the way, I was CEH over Taylor coming to the season because of the landing spot. Because I thought Marlon Mack would have – I was such a Marlon Mack guy, and I was like, boy, you guys are overestimating that, even if it was for the 1 year. And it did look like that for at least a quarter and a half. But, boy, Jonathan Taylor is just going to eat the rest of this season, right? I mean, Nyheim Hines, get out of here. All those Nyheim Hines truthers that popped up out of the woods for a week. I put a tweet out that said the award winner of this year's Sammy Watkins catch 2 touchdowns in a week score another the rest of the year award was Naheem Hines, and I think it's
Hey, Sammy Watkins is already hurt, so are we sure that we can give him up yet? Because
yeah, you could give him up. Get yourself some McCall Hardeman and wait for later in the year when they actually realize they should be using him a little bit more on offense and not just on kick returns. But yeah, Jonathan Taylor is going to just beast. I would want him over over Clyde Edwards-Helaire at this point, to be very honest, even for this season.
So
I'm right there with you.
I totally agree, and I'm just curious what you guys think, because I've been thinking about this since week one, and of course they both, Clyde Edwards-Helaire had the big game, and Jonathan Taylor was, caught 6 passes for 67 yards. I mean, it was still a perfectly good debut for a rookie running back. And I just couldn't help but thinking, I'm watching that Thursday night football game with the Chiefs, and I'm just watching this. Clyde Edwards-Helaire looks so small, which he looked small at LSU too, but he's very shifty. And I'm just watching him get repeatedly just demolished on the 1 yard line all game. And at first I thought, okay, running it in from the 1 is much harder than NFL. That it's not like Madden. When you're at the 1 in Madden, you're freaking punching that baby in. No problem. That's not how it works in the NFL. Do you guys ever think, like, if the Chiefs had taken Jonathan Taylor, could he have scored 4 touchdowns in week 1?
I don't know, man.
I think he would.
JJ Watt was in
at least one of those.
Like Watt, I think snuffed out at least 3 of those. I think it was unfair.
I think that, and I agree. I'm not sure, and like I said, I think it's hard. Obviously, that's not the world we're living in, so this is more just hypothetical. But
yeah,
I can't help but watch. To me, and I said this when I watched them coming out, I think they're both incredible running backs. But I think that they're what the Chiefs need is a dude that's just going to like pummel you as the game goes on, because they're going to score points. And what they have is this dude that's like super shifty, and like, yeah, he might be able to break off a big play, but like, he's not going to punish you for 4 straight quarters. Like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire ain't punishing you. Like, I'm sorry, 5'8", 200 pounds that's not Derrick Henry level punishment. So do you think if you flopped the roles that Jonathan Taylor would, be way better, would be an obvious 101 against Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and it wouldn't even be close? Like, just hypothetical.
Oh God, no, not even close. Like, I wished that Fournette would have actually went to Kansas City, because that would have been a great compliment. And then just to watch, a bruising running back run against light fronts the entire, like, they're not going to stack the box against Mahomes. So just imagine, a 230-pound back running a 4.39 40. Like, with those running lanes, it would have been insane. Like, but Swift going there would have been great too.
Oh, instead he ended up in a mess that we call Detroit. I mean,
I know.
What do we make of that backfield? Just when we thought, okay, they don't like carry on, it's safe to cast them off. Well, maybe we roll out the old man for a week in a bind. Put Adrian Peterson out there, and then carry on scores the touchdown, and Swift barely sees the field. It's just, God, Detroit. They should just eliminate the running back position in Detroit.
Swift caught like 5 passes there, didn't he? Like, when they were down,
yeah,
he did come in, and he was the the hurry up offense back.
Game script, of course, right? It's going to be what whatever narrative that game goes in. So if they're going to be trailing, which, hey, Detroit, they're probably going to be trailing a lot. So yeah, you're going to get some of that second half love, I guess, out of Swift. I would just love to see them hand them the ball and throw it to him. Just you're not winning anyway. Let's see what the kid's got.
I mean, they have to. I mean, like, why are we giving Kerryon Johnson any carries, or Peterson over Swift? Like, if these guys want to keep their job, why not just give the ball to Swift every time? Well, not every time, but he's such a more talented back, compared to the guys in that backfield. And we hope that game script can keep holding up for it. That is a bad defense they got there, and they can't stay healthy either. So hopefully, week 3 against Arizona, we can see, what that pace of place change could look like, and we can see more Swift this week.
Well, they'll be chasing points. Arizona is one of those teams that, like Seattle, has gotten off to just an amazing start. The amount of plays that they're getting off in a game, and what those offenses are doing. I was not the Kenyon Drake guy all offseason. I kept saying he's being drafted too early. I wouldn't take where he's going, but I think this is a blow-up Kenyon Drake week against that Detroit defense. So it's going to be an interesting game. I started doing DFS for RotoViz. I do that Wednesday night on a daily DFS show. So I've gotten more into DFS this year than I have in the past. It's mostly been redraft and dynasty before this. So that game to me has so much blow-up potential on both sides. And I think that people will be under-investing in the Detroit side and over-investing in the Arizona side. So it should be interesting.
I agree.
Yeah.
I wanted to just bring things back to James because there's been this theory that I've been running in my head since this podcast started that he was a Cleveland Browns fan. And I'm just stay with me here, guys, okay? But is the Cleveland Browns the team of the Superflex? If you look at their quarterback history over the years, at one point you almost got to root for a different quarterback every week. They got to start for them. And if you remember, like the Brandon Whedon, Derek Anderson, Colt McCoy, Brady Quinn, Seneca Wallace years.
Was it Robert Griffin III too that year?
RG3 was there at one point. And for someone like James, who is a super flex enthusiast, and one of the reasons we love super flex leagues is because it brings value back to the quarterbacks, but also at the same time, it gives us an opportunity to root for quarterbacks you normally wouldn't root for in a traditional start one quarterback league. So was James, I know he was kind of like born into being a Cleveland Browns fan, but was he onto something? Like, should we all be rooting for the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, the Steelers fans almost vomited. You see that? I saw them convulse a little bit.
I mean, it's got to be well, I know that the injuries forces their quarterback out of the lineup here and there, but it's got to be kind of boring rooting for the same quarterback every year, no?
I mean, I wouldn't know what it's like as a Vikings fan. I feel like every year we're changing their starters around. And we get I don't have to watch Kirk Cousins throw a pick or two every game now. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. No, I feel like I feel like James just came down and like slid that in, like to maybe make us think that we could be Browns fans for a second, because that's the kind of crap he'd pull if he were here, and unacceptable. I refuse. I will root for the passively for the Browns this year, passively, but if it comes down to the Browns and the Steelers in a game that matters, I hope that the Browns don't even come to the game. I don't even want them anywhere near it. They can take their helmets and start swinging at each other for all I care. I'm out on that.
Sal, it's an interesting thought. The idea of the Browns being a super flex kind of. I mean. So the one thing I'd say is Jamie had all of those guys rostered. I feel kind of confident in saying that. So like every year, that whoever that guy was, whether it was, Seneca Wallace or, I don't even know. He's probably playing back when Kelly Holcomb was there. And yeah. He probably had all those guys as his like eighth quarterback, on the roster. But yeah, no, that's an interesting theory for sure.
See, people don't come to me for my fantasy football advice. They come to hear half-baked ideas that make no sense whatsoever.
I
know you would have been happy hearing.
You know how much James didn't like Baker, which made me happy because I'm a huge Baker fan. But my grandpa has been a Browns fan I think since he was born. And so I've been having to listen to him complain about them for as long as I've been alive. And then he found out that I also root for the Ravens, and then he's been taking me in and out of the will each and every week. I get that phone call. So I know what it's like.
Guys, I just got a DM from Scott, and he said, wow, you guys have a list of prizes, and there's no SFB 11 spot on that list. So Scott Fish has just thrown an SFB 11 into the list of prizes. Awesome. For anybody who donates, we're going to leave it open. Sal Stefanali, I think you'll agree. We'll leave this open for a little while. So people who maybe watch the replay, we'll retweet it, we'll get it out there. And people who respond to us send either Sal or myself. I've gotten some screenshots already, but I got to be honest with you, I haven't gotten enough.
No, it's never enough.
So
Keep 'em coming.
Make a donation of $5 or more. And real quick, I will go to the list of prizes that we have here and add to that a Scott Fishbowl 11 entry to go with Madden 21 codes, T-shirts from various places, Patreon subscriptions, yearly subscriptions, 5 newsletter subscriptions from Ben Gretsch. I mean, it's just an overwhelming response from people in the fantasy football community who want to lend in any way that they can if they couldn't be here. Reminder that at the bottom of the screen, we've had the link for these T-shirts where 100% of all proceeds will go to James's family to help with cost of a lot of different things. And now we have a Scott Fishbowl 11 entry fee. And if you're not like me and you didn't make a show completely based around a Scott Fishbowl to guarantee yourself a spot in every year, you're going to need to find other ways to get in. So this is a good way to make a $5 minimum donation. We wouldn't be upset if you made a $500 donation, but you got to get in at least $5 and send a screenshot to either myself or at SalPal 2.
How big of idiots are we? You host the SFB Podathon 3 years in a row. I talked to Scott, and he's one of the most generous people in this whole community, and we didn't come up with the idea of asking him to give us an SFB 11 entry, knowing that he would immediately have said yes and probably given every 1,400 spots in it.
Well, I can't speak to your level of idiocracy. My level is very high, my friend, so don't you underestimate me and my stupidity.
All right, well, I tweeted out, so hopefully I would get some more donations coming in.
Yeah, I just got that. Scott retweeted it, so I got a notification, and amazing. And well, like I said earlier, the people watching this, the people who've been here throughout the day, help us get the word out there. I've gotten a ton of retweets today, and from so many of you, but keep it going. There's no time limit to how long we can continue to help. It doesn't end today. It doesn't end when this show ends in another 20 minutes. We got to keep going and we got to keep helping. And, before we move on to whatever it is that we have going on in our own lives, let's take a little time to appreciate James's.
You need to put up that message Zach sent about the number of Browns quarterbacks, just so we can marvel in its beautifulness.
So the Browns have had 14 head coaches and 28 quarterbacks since 1999.
I feel like that's going to be a Jeopardy question. At some point, how many quarterbacks has the Browns had since they came back in the league in 1999? I don't think anyone's going to guess 28. So that's nuts.
Stability there's a lot to be said for it.
The Browns run their franchise like a dynasty player that rebuilds every year.
I was going to say that.
Well, I mean, if you remember when they brought in the Oakland Athletics front office a couple of years ago, they thought they were going to turn it into Moneyball. How'd that work out?
Oof. You hate to see it.
Not if you're a Steelers fan.
Yeah, or a Ravens fan.
Yeah, that must be really tough. I only worry about, as a Steelers fan, we only count Super Bowls. We don't even consider the number of quarterbacks we've had. We literally just, I think we've had like 3 or something. I can't remember.
To your point, right? To your point,
so many.
You've been alive. There's only been 2 coaches of the Pittsburgh Steelers, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, I'm 26, so yeah, I think so. I can't. Tomlin's been there a long time, and I know that.
Bill Carr.
Yeah, Carr was there for the Steelers as a franchise. Don't usually roll through very many.
No, I've been alive.
They don't play that game.
They've had 3 coaches since I've been alive, and I was born in 1974. So that is
sounds like 70 and only 3 coaches. Unbelievable.
And you. I'm not going to be insulted by that. I look good for my age. And quarterbacks as well. Quarterback stability. As much as I'm not a Ben Roethlisberger fan of him as an individual, I can't deny the fact that, he's there generally year after year. We know the injury he had last year, but for the most part, he's there. And they're a model franchise for stability and continuity leading to success.
Yeah, and I mean, based on just last year's performance, Mike Tomlin's earned himself at least another 10 years, I'd think. I mean, if he can take Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph to 8-8, like that I think earns at least 10 more years as the coach. I'm just saying.
Not to mention amazing.
So Ethan, I want.
Did you say
Yes.
something,
Yes.
Brian?
So I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that 100%. Here's what I would say though. So you're a Steelers fan who lives in the Midwest, which is amazing. I'm from Pittsburgh. Okay. They will be calling for his head week. What are we in? Week 2? They're probably going to win this weekend. By week 7, when they've lost 2 games, if they lose 2 games, or maybe they only lose 1 game, they'll be calling for his head. And they'll be telling you that the Super Bowl he won was Cowher's players. Because that, my friends, is what Yinzers do. That's what Yinzers do. That's what we do.
That's how they do. That's just how they be.
Well,
I know we're.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know we're getting near the end of the podcast. I don't throw out too many questions here, but I have a question for you, Brian, because we've learned throughout this podcast that James's favorite wrestler is the Edge, and his nickname at one point was the Rated R Superstar. So I was wondering if James ever bestowed upon you the nickname the Rated R Superstar.
So if you follow me on Twitter, that actually is the name that is displayed for my Twitter name or whatever, not the handle, but the name itself. James loved. I guess one of the things that I do half decently is come up with creative names, and James kind of helped come up with that one. For me. So I appreciate it a lot. And I'm also a wrestling fan myself, much more into it when I was younger, but still follow enough to know what's going on, generally speaking. And James loved that. And he loved kind of creating names and handles. And at the beginning of our show, one of the things that we do is we have just like an interesting fact or joke of the day or something like that for our intro. And James would always come up with these really elaborate names and different, just different quirky things to make you think during that time period. So yes, he did help with that one, and it's up there kind of to honor him. And it's wild that it just happened. Like, I mean, I put that up like 2 weeks ago. So it's kind of crazy that here we are, and now we're talking about we're celebrating James's life here and everything. But yeah, he was integral in coming up with some of those and stuff.
See, I knew the answer. Some people think he asked that question, but it's on his Twitter account. Do you not follow Brian? Yeah, I follow Brian. I just wanted him to share another story about James.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean,
Yeah.
Sal picking them up, and you guys are knocking them down. That's fantastic. Have you guys? It's only a week since we did lose James. Have you guys done a show since?
So we have not. The Super Show has not done a show. We just recently have kind of combined. We've been working on a project, and we've kind of combined the Super Flexible Pod and the Super Flex Super Show and the Super Flexperts show. We've kind of all been working together over the last month or two and trying to consolidate some of the Super Flex stuff, information, hosts, and whatnot, and our super. So Shane I'm going to say Swagger because that's what I call him, Swags, but Swagger I think is how he pronounces it, and then Bill McCarthy. They did do a show this past week, and were very elegant in their intros and in talking about James. And I know they've both enjoyed working with him for weeks and months as we, Ethan and I and John and Stompy were on here. We've all enjoyed working with James so much, and it definitely is going to leave a void in our show from a personality standpoint, and just from a friend standpoint. I mean, it's going to leave a huge hole. We're going to try to honor him by continuing to move forward, I think, when we deem that appropriate to do so. But because that's what James would want. I mean, he would want the show to move forward. He would want us to keep talking about football, keep talking about Jonathan Taylor running people over. He would certainly enjoy that. And quarterbacks and flex leagues because he was passionate about the format. He really was. He was very passionate about Superflex. And we're going to do what we can to honor that moving forward. But we have not done a show, Sal. You asked a simple question and I rambled for 20 minutes. So that's how we roll. But no, we have not done a show. I do believe we're going to try to get one together this week.
Listen, when you fill in 4 hours, no matter what you're talking about, you need people to ramble. I thought we might get Shane actually on. So Swagzilla. I don't know if he's mentioned it to you, but him and I go back about almost 6 years because I mentioned earlier that the Fantasy Life app is where I met Kevin and Steve, just fantasy football players jumping on an app. It was a new app at the time. It's a Matthew Berry product. And Steve put out a post looking for guys to join a 16-team league. And I was like, boy, that looks like a challenge. I'd never been in anything bigger than a 12-team league at that point. And I jumped in, and Kevin jumped in, and 13 others joined in with us. And we created a chat that became the Falafel House chat. And Shane was on that app. And he used to hang out in Falafel a little bit, and he hung out in a couple other chats as well. And, 5 years later, we're both doing stuff in the fantasy community industry, I might say. I mean, he's very involved in a lot of different shows now, which is great. And he does a great job. And it's just funny thinking back to we've spoken about how you meet people and I become your people. And he was in one section with me over here, and now we're both spread across this Twitter community. But he's a good dude, and I would hope that he got on today, but I'm sure he's busy. Oh, Zach says just mention Benny Snell and Swags will be in before the leave show lips. Well, tell me about Benny Snell, guys. Go ahead, take it.
Yeah, no, I was just going to mention Shane and Bill. They've great to work with over the last few months here. I've had a chance to work with Bill quite a bit, but Shane I've been on their show a couple times, on our show a couple times, but to be able to work really closely with him and get to know him a lot better has been amazing. He's another great guy and a big part of what we're doing moving forward. So
my ears were ringing. I had
just wanted to say that. Hey, there he is. I was just stroking the ego a little bit, Slags.
Oh man, well I missed that part. Sal started talking. I was like, man, I gotta hop on now. I've watched so much of this today. You guys,
stroked in person.
Yeah, you guys have been awesome, man. Like I don't know, I'm interrupting a whole conversation and feel bad, but just listen to you guys. I mean, there's been so much stuff said today that I don't even want to be a broken record and repeat or anything. But man, like I don't know. I'm emotional for this kind of stuff, but I don't know. Just don't forget that tomorrow isn't promised, and go out and do those great things for other people and be the best you that you can be. I don't know. It's definitely been a weird week for all of us, and listening to this has been pretty awesome too. Just even, I mean, man, and Brian, you'd probably agree with me. I mean, man, John took this super hard, like understand all of us did, but that dude, man, like he has been like such a great leader through all this as well. And like the stuff that he said to us and like, just such a well-spoken like dude and group. And I don't know, man, I wish so much that like like it had been said earlier today, that James could have seen all of this, the community come together. And I wish that I could have had the opportunity to spend more time with him. Because, I mean, such a great dude, like just from random acts of kindness and anything like that. So, I don't know. Sorry to interrupt you, Brian, but yeah, hop on for the last couple minutes with you guys. How you guys doing?
I actually got to jump off to go back to work.
How you doing?
Thanks again for having me on, guys, and I'll
right,
talk to you
Dan.
guys on the Twitters. See ya.
Thanks for coming on, Dan.
See you on the Twitters,
Appreciate it,
dog.
brother.
Thanks, Dan.
Well,
With a tweet.
let me say real quick, Swags. No, thank you, man. You definitely, like you said, we got 10 minutes left, and we need every bit of help we can to stay fresh over the full 4 hours, and you should be here.
Oh, dude, like you've said many times, like you are tried and true. Like you've kicked it through a lot of these 24 hours plus. So I've stepped away for a couple times, but Sal 1, I haven't seen you get up once, but Sal 2 has gotten up. Yeah. Did I miss you getting up, or have you just you made it through this all?
I've sat in this chair and I have not gone up once.
He's wearing a diaper.
He's got his adult
Right,
diaper
like-
on. He's ready to go. He's ready to roll, baby.
Since I've been on, I've had a cup of coffee in this beautiful FF Funhouse.
Ooh,
mug.
look at that.
I've had 2 bottles of water, and I had this IPA. So I got the bladder of an 8-year-old. I had to pee a few times.
But I mean, even you, Sal, Sal 2. Sorry, Sal 1. I haven't interacted with you as much, but I mean, even you, like you said, even it takes you back to those days where you're first meeting people and interacting, and I don't know, dude. I've definitely done a lot of reminiscing this past week of just those relationships and building them, and you're a part of those, Sal, for sure.
Well, I appreciate that, man. It was the summer of 2015 that we got on that app, and in all the times that we've communicated, we spoke through text, and I've been on your show a couple of times. I've never laid eyes on you. All I see is that profile.
Dude, and I've talked to a lot of people, and even some listeners that are out there. I know I've talked to you about it, Brian. Like, I don't like this. This is hard for me, but I mean, James is well worth it. Like, I do not like being on the live feed. Like, done it for the open bar, a couple other things, but it makes me, I'm sweating pretty bad right now. Like, but I'm getting more and more comfortable with it. And that's another thing about like doing this in this community, and how much even like podcasting and people around us have helped. And I know that James felt the same way.
Well, I never realized you were so good looking, man. You could have gone on camera a long time ago. And now that you've done it today, I'm going to hold you to coming on the Podathon in 2021.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
Yeah, we got to get you
absolutely
on. And 2 Drink, definitely get him on there as well. No, that goes back to those days on the Fantasy Life app. And while we have everybody here, if you're going to watch this back, and a few people we still have left watching with us, I've announced this at a couple of places. If by some lucky stroke of God, we are allowed to actually have live drafts for the SFB next year, like Scott is planning. Those would happen on July 5th, which would mean I cannot do a Podathon on July 4th leading into July 5th. It would just be insanity. So next year, as of right now, the SFB Podathon for the first time ever will be on a Friday night into Saturday, July 2nd into 3rd, which we're going to get a lot more people to stay up for full 24 hours. We're going to expect you, because when you get done with the Podathon, you're going to have an entire night to sleep to get up for the 4th of July the next day and enjoy the 4th of July. And then on Monday the 5th, we're all going to be, and forget about if we're lucky. God damn it, let's say it right now, this bullshit will be over. And we're all going to go out and we're going to draft live in our cities and our communities. And we're going to represent James and all the people who can't be there with us and have a great time. So, guys, we are getting close to the end. And I just want to give everybody a chance before we hit 4 o'clock to say some last words today. Not the last words. We'll all go speak to James in our private time alone. But let me start with Ethan. Ethan, what do you want to say today? The last thing you want to say today on this stream about James?
Yeah, man. I just want to, just want to thank you guys for putting this on. I was one of those that, like, when I got that news, I was just kind of numb. I told Brian this. I mean, I messaged him immediately, And of course, he didn't get the message when the rest of the crew got the message. I think he was asleep or at work or something. And I was just like, holy crap, what do we do? What do you do with this? What am I supposed to do? You know, I've said it before, I'm very young. I haven't really, when you're young, you don't deal with something like this yet. I haven't had this yet. I mean, I was incredibly lucky. When I graduated high school, I had all 4 of my great grandparents. And so half of them are still with us. So like losing people is not something that I'm used to yet. Like I haven't had the life experiences that other people have had, and everyone goes through it differently. So this one really hit me like really hard. And I was just sitting there. I'm like, God, I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. Like I've never been in this situation before. So I just want to thank you guys for taking some of that stress off of me, putting this together for his family, really getting it out there for people, you know, putting together the giveaways that we're doing. Donate, help this guy's family out. He's 39. This was unexpected. This was not someone they had no, we talk in medicine a lot, and I'll just put it bluntly. Like aneurysms are one of those things that like, it's a delete button. It just, you don't have any idea it's coming, and it just completely rocks your whole world. That could happen to any of us. So please go donate. It's, you donate $5, you get entered to win all of these awesome prizes. That's great. But really just think about it as like helping this dude's family out. Thank you for you guys putting this on. Thanks for anybody who donated anything to give away during this. I mean, you mentioned 10K already in like 48 hours. That is unbelievable. I know that I've given, a pretty sizable check, and it's just, it really is a testament to how great of a human being James was. And James is one of my really good friends in this space, but just in real life. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm going to miss talking to him every week. I mean, doesn't matter, how much money you give. Nothing is going to bring those conversations back. Nothing is going to bring, that kinship back, except for, going on and going forward and pushing ourselves as a community to be like James, to embrace each other, to question but not belittle other people that maybe we disagree with, to take some of the things that he taught us and use them in our daily lives. And really, I think that is the way that we push forward his legacy in the fantasy community and also just in life. I mean, my grandpa, before he passed away, he said that every person you meet impacts your life in some way. You decide what you take and don't take from those people. And that is, James has taught me a lot about how to approach this industry, but also just other people in general. So I'm going to miss him. I appreciate anybody that's donated. I put my injury guide as one of the things. If you donated, I will send you that injury guide. That is, everybody who donates gets one of those. So don't feel like, oh, well, you're not a raffle for one. Literally, if you donate, like I will give you one. And so that's my way to encourage people to donate. And to me, there's very few things that you can do that are better than helping a family that's grieving. I mean, just in life, $5, like I walk out the door and spend $5 every day on breakfast. So like, this is such a small amount to most people, but it's a huge difference to this family. So that's all I have to say. James, I miss you, brother. I'm going to miss you forever. I'm going to say this one time. Go Browns.
What a way to wrap it up. I mean, I didn't want to laugh at any of that, but the way you finished it was just unbelievable words, Ethan. Swags, why don't you say a few parting words?
Man, that's, well said, Ethan. And one thing that, nobody's taught us how to deal with death. That isn't something that we were taught growing up and how to deal with it. So, I think, like, I don't know, you said a lot of really smart stuff that I think a lot of people can take away for this feeling one of those times that it hurts so bad for you, and but it's just not something that we want to get good at, and we never should, hopefully. But I don't know, man. Just again, yeah, it's so awesome you guys are doing this. Definitely go out and donate. It's as well as the monetary value, and I don't want to take away from that and how much it helps the family, but every time that family gets a donation that comes through, it warms their heart as well, and it lets them see how much he truly meant to us and this community, and why the community was also important to him. And so it's doing more than just helping them out financially as well. It's showing them what we wish James could see.
Such a great point about them just getting a notification. Shane, that was really, really good. Brian, what do you got to say to parting shot here to our friend James?
Yeah. So I want to echo what these two guys said and just thank both of you Sals for putting this together in such a short notice and something that none of us could have planned for. It means a lot to, certainly to the family, and it means a lot to us, the people that knew him really well and that cared about him. So thank you very much to everyone who was willing to donate something, to the family. Thank you. Please continue to do so. If you have it, please, just anything makes a difference. To all the fantasy sites and analysts and different avenues that have donated subscriptions and shirts and different things like that, thank you all as well. It truly is amazing. This community never ceases to amaze when it comes to coming together for a good cause and to do the right thing. So thank you to everyone. I will sign off by saying, James, I'm going to miss you tremendously. You were a great friend and a great fantasy football mind. Rest in peace, my brother. And to remind everybody just to be like Brain, Brainiacs for life.
Guys, keep them alive in your hearts and in your tweets and in what you do every day in the community and how you continue to express yourself. Sal, you came to me early in the week and said, hey, you got one in you. Can we put this together? And I wouldn't have said no regardless. I would have canceled everything I had today to be a part of this. So I appreciate you coming to me. What do you have to say as a parting shot here?
Well, first, I just want to thank you for putting this together and being my co-partner in this. I want to thank everyone who's either been on the show and had a chance to talk to us about James, everyone who has hung out in the chat room, who got to share some memories of James, everyone who's donated so far. Unlike people like Ethan and Brian and John, who we mentioned earlier, who have had like daily interactions at time with James, like basically James was one of their best friends. I never had that type of relationship with James, but when I heard the news of his passing, it was a gut punch to me. Even though he wasn't someone I had regular interactions with, he was still someone who I had enough interactions with that made an impact on my life, and that I wanted to find some way of giving back. And with Addison being the one that he was the first person who had this idea of starting like a GoFundMe for James's family. And I saw that tweet, and then I reached out to John. I said, hey, Addison had this idea. Maybe we should do something with it. And he's like, yeah, we got a hold of James's sister, and she has a PayPal. We can just donate directly to that. And from that moment, that's when like an idea sparked in my head to see if we could do more. And I think that's just the going thing with this fantasy community is, can we always do more? And we have seen with the guiding light that is Scott Fish, who is always finding ways to give back to people in the community, that, yeah, we can do more if you want to go and put the effort into it. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who made this possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more I can add. It's just amazing words from amazing people, good men, good members of this fantasy community. And I'm glad I was able to be a part of this. I'm glad I was able to host this and lead you guys through these 4 hours so that we could, we're not all going to get to be there in person, at whatever services are held for James. So this was our way of being there and mourning him and respecting him and honoring him. So thank you again to everybody that's already been previously laid out before us. And we'll see you guys out in the community. Everybody, God bless.